Well, welcome to everybody. This is the 14th time that we meet. I hope we'll continue. Also, we continue with collaborations. We are looking also for partners. This is a very specialized conference, so it's not, we don't have many participants. Some of them are online and so on, but despite of that, we want to tackle real issues. Now the digitalization in our societies is something that is around us. 14 years ago, we were focusing on how to digitalize our learning, our teaching, our education here. So we got a lot of experiences. We know when we make mistakes, we make the good decisions and so on, so we learned a lot. But we need to exchange our experiences with others, so this conference is just for that. Small community, but very dedicated community. How we can find new models of education. We have, as we see, a lot of challenges. AI is an opportunity, but also a challenge. How to use it. For instance, how to organize homeworks and exams when they use ChatGPT, for instance, all the time. Students now, we have to change the model. How we assess students, how we organize examinations, how we organize teaching and so on. Learning. I am now preparing a new course. Actually, it's an introduction to software engineering. It's an old course, but with new curriculum, but totally change the structure. I will probably talk later during our discussion on round table because of these issues. So we have to look how to take this as an opportunity, not as a threat, how to use new technologies to increase the success of our teaching and learning processes, because dropouts here are very high. For us, for our universities like that, we keep standards. But if you want to keep standards, quality standards, you lose students. But we give priority to keep standards, quality standards, so we lose each year 50% of each generation. So it's a lot. So for instance, if you have 100 students on the first year, probably you will have 20, 25 on the fourth year. So we are looking how to increase the efficiency without sacrificing quality. It's a big challenge. And technology is there, but it's not enough. Pedagogy is very important, how to use, how to organize all this, how to use in-class teaching, online teaching, blended learning teaching, and so on, and learning. So we want to hear experiences for others, from other universities, from Serbia, from other countries, and so it's a very good opportunity for such discussions and looking for solutions, because I hope, I don't hope, but I think that we share the same problems, and we have to find some solutions, because in education situation is not very good, and we have to make it better, because each country, society needs better education, because we live in knowledge societies, but education is declining in many opinions because of many, many different reasons. But we talked about digitalization of our education, because we want to increase the indicators, that means the efficiency, the quality, and especially we are focused on personalization of education. You will see some reports from our colleagues, how we do it, and we are in the process of finalizing some long-term research in this part, how to use AI in e-learning and normal learning, how to automatically generate learning materials personalized for each students and modify them each week. This is the target. To follow each student and analyze his success and modify learning content that he has to look, analyze for each week. But it's a very tough job. We are in the process of sooner or later, I think in 2 years, we'll start making piloting of this. Because after 10 years of research, we are now nearer to a solution, and you will hear some solutions that we have already. So I will stop here. I hope that we'll have fruitful discussions, presentations, and especially talks in formal or informal way. And you are always welcome here, not only for conferences, but whenever you are in Belgrade, be our guest, because I think we have a lot to share. Thank you again, and I officially open this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dalmaza. That was really insightful. And yes, I do think we're going to have a lot of fruitful discussions today. You have your agendas on you. Today we have 2 keynote speakers, and tomorrow we have 2 more. So we're hoping to see you both days. This conference, as it was last year, is actually sponsored by the Serbian Ministry of Science, and as well as Erasmus Plus ELEDA project, which I will be I guess we will be talking. A few works will be on ELEDA today as well. This conference is primarily organized by Belgrade Metropolitan University, but most of us are from the Faculty of Information Technology. So I'll ask our Dean, Professor Nemanja Zdravkovic, to welcome you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Miroslav. I'll be brief, so this conference can start. From my side and from the Faculty of Information Technology, a warm welcome to everybody, and I hope you have a fruitful conference. I see some familiar faces, I see some new faces, and as Professor Dalmaza said, it's a small community, but very dedicated, and I'm glad to see that it's growing. Just a couple of sentences about the Faculty of Information Technology. We have 2 campuses. One is here in Belgrade, the other is in Niš. One has a beautiful river view, the other one has a view on a Roman emperor's villa, so you can choose. Other than that, we have free study programs on the bachelor level, software engineering, information technology, and video game development. We also have on the master level software engineering, or rather intelligent software systems. And also we have information systems and technologies. And on the PhD level, we have software engineering. I'm proud to say that we also have 2 laboratories at the Faculty of Information Technology. One of them is exactly the laboratory for personalized e-learning. So we will see some of their results here. The other laboratory is for blockchain technology, so we're keeping it relevant. I think I don't have anything more to say. Once again, thank you for joining the conference. I wish you fruitful discussions, and yes, I'll then take it back to Professor Miroslav. Thank you.
Lots of fruits today. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, with no further ado, I would like to announce our first keynote. I'm really grateful that you have come today to attend our conference and give us your presentation. Professor Francisco Jose Garcia Peñalvo is a full professor from the University of Salamanca. He has been the head of the research group recognized by the University of Salamanca, research group on interaction in e-learning. And of course, at least one of the most impressive things for me was that the professor is included in the University of Stanford's world's top 2% scientists. He has been the Vice Dean of Innovation and New Technologies of the Faculty of Sciences at the University of Salamanca, and he's currently the Deputy Director of the Research Institute for Educational Sciences, Director's Delegate for Digital Learning and Teaching, and the Coordinator of the Doctorate Program in Education in the Knowledge Society at the University of Salamanca. And I read just a few things. So, Professor, welcome, and Professor Garcia Peñalvo will give us his talk on education and generative artificial intelligence, open challenges, opportunities, and risks in higher education. And I know most of you are eager to hear this presentation. So, please, Professor.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here in this 14th edition of this learning conference in this Metropolitan University of Madrid. The idea of this keynote, this conference, is reflecting about this challenge that we have to face with the becoming of the artificial intelligence as a reality. Perhaps all of us, if we are researchers in the area of technology and education, talk about the potential issues of artificial intelligence, but most of our partners see these issues like a future, like a fiction, but not like a reality. But during this year, we are in September. We are in the 9th month of this 2023 year. All of our contests have changed, and we have to face, and we have to reflect about it. Then, what is the social perception of artificial intelligence? Just in order to talk about this perception, perhaps we have to split between a specific date. This is November 30th of the last year, 2022. At that moment, we have a lot of smart devices in our houses. We were able to manage soft intelligence service in every place. Perhaps we have worries about artificial intelligence applications. Perhaps we are troubled, or we have problems, or we have fear with deepfakes, or we have discussions about the future of the impact of this artificial intelligence in the job market. And we have a lot of influence about the artificial intelligence collective imagination, because all of us see a lot of films, a lot of series, a lot of novels about a dystopic future, about the technology with artificial intelligence. Then there was a mix of smart application, devices, and a perception of future problems. But after November 30th, 2022, artificial intelligence is perceived as a reality in every domain, not only in education. It was a mainstream in every place. Then thousands of applications quickly and continually appear in our lives. Potential benefits coexist with fears. Discussions about artificial intelligence current problems in jobs, education, ethics, and so on appear. If they won't be future problems, they are current problems. If we have a lot of information, then a lot of misunderstanding about what is artificial intelligence appear in every place, in every domain. Also, a lot of new experts appear about artificial intelligence at that moment. And fears about the artificial intelligence collective imagination appears. It's not like influence, no, real. And what happened at that date, in November of the last year. One application, ChatGPT. ChatGPT appears on this 30th of November of 2022. It's an application of an enterprise, a private enterprise, OpenAI, and it's based on a model that is called GPT, with a number of versions, GPT 3.5, that it was known in the technical world, but perhaps it's unknown, was unknown in the world. This first version was amazing, incredible. Could do something, things that were not explanation, have no explanation for the most of the population. But it was only the first version that we have. In few months, we have another version, the version 4.0, that it was too much powerful of the first one, only 3 months later. I read yesterday or this week, I think, that the next version that it could be in our computers in the next weeks is multimodal. Could receive image, speech as an entry, and give us the same results. Then this changes everything. Why? Because it's so easy. I have not to have enough, a lot of knowledge about artificial intelligence in order to receive an outcome, an advantage. I only need to have a computer and know how to write, how to ask in my own language something. Then it's completely disruptive. Then yes, I ask an outcome, but the outcome is similar or is like a human outcome. It's fully impossible to distinguish if our outcome, a response of ChatGPT is made by an artificial intelligence of a human. Then it's a very, very new standard. Amazing, terrible, fair. It depends. You can feel or you can hear about all of the possibilities, feelings about this tool. And also, you can read and you can express, you can receive a lot of information or future possibilities, like this is a big step towards artificial general intelligence, or there is already talk about super intelligence. Well, this is like a clickbait, or in Spanish we say lanzar las campanas al vuelo. In English is like shouting from the housetops. Are a lot of perhaps not too much academic background fields. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is very difficult to define, because it's an umbrella, and under this umbrella we can find a lot of branches, a lot of research areas. Perhaps if we can choose one of the most known definitions about what is artificial intelligence, we can choose the John McCarthy's definition, or the father of artificial intelligence, that defines as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It is related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence. But artificial intelligence does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable. One of the differences. What is the definition of this artificial intelligence? And perhaps one of the misunderstandings is that there is not one only artificial intelligence. There are too many types of artificial intelligence. Perhaps we can talk about artificial intelligence like this broad umbrella that enable machines to mimic human cognition, for example, learning. Perhaps we can talk about machine learning, that is a subset of this artificial intelligence that allows machines to learn from examples using especially statistical approaches. Or deep learning, that is a subset of machine learning that is based on neural networks. But these are perhaps three of the most known kinds of artificial intelligence, but there's another approaches of artificial intelligence. This is why it's very difficult to define artificial intelligence. And many experts of artificial intelligence talk about, like a metaphor, this artificial intelligence is like a luggage that you put a lot of things inside. And perhaps when one of these things is used by the community, you forget that it's artificial intelligence based. For example, when we talk with our phone and say Siri, this is not, for most of the people, it's not artificial intelligence, it's only a service. But behind of that, there are a lot of artificial intelligence research. So important, artificial intelligence doesn't mean understanding or reasoning. Remember the definition of artificial intelligence. It's not like a biologic body. It's only a technology that is able to learn about patterns. Then one of the main concerns when ChatGPT appears is that people believe that this is a real intelligent element that has the function of reasoning. It's not true. The terms of artificial intelligence, machine learning, perhaps the term learning, deep learning, are misleading for this general public that don't understand really the foundation of artificial intelligence. This is the problem. If we have problems with ICT literacy in our population, we have a very huge problem with artificial intelligence because it's more. We need to have a more technological background in order to know what's happening with that. Then we have a very disruption in this artificial intelligence domain, perceiving that disruptive is when we have a service that improves all the other way to do something. And this is a new branch or another branch of the artificial intelligence that is called generative artificial intelligence. Then another kind, another boss in this previous slide with the artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, generative artificial intelligence. Why is so disruptive? Because generative artificial intelligence aims to generate digital content. This is the most outstanding capability of this branch of the artificial intelligence, the generation content. This is an overall idea. After making a research mapping of this generative artificial intelligence branch before of ChatGPT and after ChatGPT, we can define generative artificial intelligence as the production of previously unseen synthetic content in any form to support any task through generative modeling. Then it's very important to put emphasis in this definition, because cover the previous work done in this branch of artificial intelligence before ChatGPT. And also it's important because the last part of this definition put the emphasis on the basis of this technology, the models. We need to have models just in order to generate contents. Then, with this kind of, especially with this kind of chatbot applications like ChatGPT, like Bard, and something like that, all of us hear something about a technology that is large language models. Large language models are the technology behind this generative artificial intelligence application. We can define or simplify the definition of these models like a statistical models that assigns a probability to a sequence of m tokens, just in order to using a probability distribution, predicting which is the most suitable word that should appear after the previous ones. Then it's important to know that, just in order to know how these models works. And for this reason, it's not it's surprising that perhaps you see 4 plus 4 is, and ChatGPT say 10, because it at the beginning doesn't apply any kind of math rules. You say one number, one operation, one number, then one number, for example 10. This is the basis of the we call hallucinations. And this is so important, just in order to use these potential, these powerful tools, we have to know the limits of these elements. We have a lot of language models. This is not a new. The research about language model started at the beginning of the 90s of the last century, with the statistical language model, with the neural language model that use neural networks, with the pre-trained language model, that is the idea of this chatbot with a fine-tuning processes, just in order to have very powerful and specific models. But the real, the current difference is that actually right now we have the possibility to use large pre-trained language models with billions of elements to train our models. And we have the powerful of our servers, of our computer farms, just in order to train this model. And we can train, for example, ChatGPT with billions and billions of documents of internet that let this tool give us a very powerful and interesting and human-based answers to our questions. You can see in the figure the evolution of these models from the early 2019 with the work of Transformer and Google. You can see that perhaps in 2019 we have one outcome. In 2020 we have GPT-3, another for by Google. 2021, well, we have more, but after 2022, especially the final semester of 2022, we have an explosion of models. And if we see the evolution of models in 2023, the odds, we have lots and lots of new models. That is so interesting because we know the enterprise models by OpenAI is so famous, is so powerful, but we have an interesting challenge in the open source models that could be trained by universities, sort of universities, just in order to have our own models that have no problems of privacy, of dependence of third parties. So this is an amazing challenge for the community, for artificial intelligence community. Also, if you want to see the evolution of the ChatGPT or the technology behind ChatGPT, we have now, this is the current version, ChatGPT 4, that is released in March 2023, but it has lots of versions that are behind this ChatGPT 4. Then we have this evolution from 2018 till 2023 about GPT 1, 2, 3, GPT 4, and about the fine-tuning models of DaVinci, TestDaVinci, TestDaVinci 3, and GPT 3.5 Turbo, that is the base of ChatGPT, also GPT 4. These models are not easy to become a reality because scaling and maintaining these models are so expensive. They consume a lot of energy. Requires months or training and financial. And we need a lot of data. And what happens with the data? If we use not suitable data, we have bias in our answers. That's very, very complicated. Then this is the reason for the first very known versions are behind these very powerful companies like OpenAI, Google, etc. But it's not only ChatGPT. We have lots and lots of different applications, perhaps that are based on GPT behind or other models, but that are in our mobiles, in our computers, making amazing things like creating images, videos, generating tests, making slides. Then the way we work are continuously changing every day. Perhaps we are more efficient, perhaps, but we need to have the controllers in order to know what are we doing with that. When we have a disruptive technology, but what happens when we have a disruptive in technology? The discussions of the community is split in two. We have our technophile and our technophobe discourses, opinion, positions, and that creates a lot of noise, usually noise. This is reflected in the first reactions we receive about this technology. For example, Chomsky, a very known researcher in linguistics, said a very powerful about or against this technology, undermine our scientific pursuits and compromise our moral principles by integrating a fundamentally erroneous understanding of language and knowledge. Others, for example Lee, said rather than reject these machines, and rather than replacing ourselves with them, we should reflect on what they can teach us about ourselves. They, after all, images of humanity are reflected through internet. Or perhaps Bill Gates, that compare this artificial intelligence in general, but especially influenced by ChatGPT, as a disruptive technology such as internet, mobile, something like that. And he put emphasis on the digital divide in artificial intelligence, the artificial intelligence divide. What's happened with the people that are not able to access this kind of technology? This is a very, very important issue right now. If we have people that can access to this new technology, these possibilities, and people that don't. If we don't talk about humanity, society in general, and put the focus on the university of the education, we have a differentiation between students that have access to these tools and students that don't have this access. Independently of how to use, only the access. And in education, also we have a lot of noise, a lot of discussion about these technophile and technophobe positions, and it was compared like the moment that the calculator appears in our lives. And I covered this picture from a newspaper on the 70s and 60s, when the math teacher protests against calculator use. We can put right now teachers in general protest against ChatGPT, because it's the same. What's happened? Calculator was a transformative technology, and it changed the way people work. Then it was a change in the way that we teach math in our classrooms. And it means that perhaps ourselves or our sons or daughters have not the knowledge to make a sum or to make an operation. We all of us know how to make a sum. Then the calculator don't disturb us just in order to have the basic competences about math. Then the story has shown that prohibitions are often not as effective as intended when we try to prohibit some kind of technology. Then we have these extremes about naive technophiles and recalcitrant technophobes that is present here, but we can go further this and try to understand what's happening really in artificial intelligence and education. Then we have three relationships or direction between artificial intelligence and education. And it's so known in the artificial intelligence applied to education community. Learning from artificial intelligence, we use technology just in order to improve or support our students. Perhaps personalization is one of the most known, or artificial tutors are another kind of branch or research learning. Other is learning about artificial intelligence. As I said before, we have problems with citizens' alphabetization of or literacy about technology. And when we have not resolved this problem, we have another technology that is more complicated, that's artificial intelligence. then we have to make efforts just introduce this basic literacy to our students in the pre-university levels, just in order to know what is the real world that they are living on. Perhaps China is an example of that, how to introduce this literacy so early as they can. And the third one is learning with artificial intelligence. That is perhaps the analytics layer of our platforms. Learning analytics, academic analytics, just in order to have a lot dashboard with a lot of data about our students' performance, just in order our students' results, just in order to make decisions, predictive decision, post-decision, something like that. Then we have intelligent tutoring systems, learning analytics, personalized or adaptive learning, robotics and intelligent environments. And this branch that I talk as I said at the beginning of my talk, that is perhaps in the research area, but is not too much in the heads of the teachers. They are possibilities. But with the generative artificial intelligence appears a new way to use artificial intelligence, educational content generation. That is so it's important for the community. Then we have a real challenge. We have to teach and learning in the age of artificial intelligence, because we are right now in the age of artificial intelligence. This is not the future. This is the current status. Then we have to reflect the role of education in order to prepare people for the world they are living on, and in order to interact with intelligent technologies in all of the aspects of the life. Not only in education, the artificial intelligence will be in other workplaces. We have to reflect on how this application influence specifically in teaching, learning, and the key in the assessment, as Professor said in the opening. We have to reflect on the new knowledge, skills, competencies, values for life out work in the age of artificial intelligence, the literacy. And not only, and this is the key, not only for computer science and future workers. Then we can talk about opportunities, potential opportunities, potential benefits of generative artificial intelligence in education. Let me to put the focus on this branch of artificial intelligence. We have access to a large amount of relevant information in real time, to later process, summarize, and present as it were a human. Generation of extensive sets of educational content, supportive tools for learning new concepts compared to traditional media, understanding context, enabling interaction, dialogue with these tools, enhancing critical thinking and creativity of students, supportive students in repetitive tasks, facilitating the initial development of ideas, allowing the personalization of learning, helping students with writing difficulties, and in general anyone to have more control over the writing skills, especially if you have to write in other language than your own language. Becoming virtual learning assistants, serving as a tool for a continuous informal learning, improving teachers' productivity, and supporting automatic assessment and other innovations in evaluation. There are a lot of potentials, but also we have risks. Perhaps in the way we use this tool, our students would have a rapid and superficial learning, hindering students from developing critical, independent thinking skills, of hindering students developing creativity, providing complete information or false information, losing the authorships of the sources that these tools use in order to give you an answer. Perhaps possible adverse effects on developing interpersonal skills, dishonest use of these tools just in order to make or to have another way of plagiarism, differential access and use of these tools by your social class, invasion of data privacy and confidentiality, increased racial and socioeconomic prejudice because the bias of these applications, potential negative environmental impact due to the high processing power required to obtain the results. But this is a reflection of these extremes that I talked about before, so positive, so negative. But perhaps the most interesting is this one, the real challenge, the reflection of all of us as citizen, as student, as teacher, as decision maker in an institution, in an educational institution, and it's like a desire also in the political sphere. Then, what's happened with this challenge, open challenge? Perhaps you can think in other ones. Adaptation of all actors involved in digital ecosystems derived from generative artificial intelligence that is continually evolving. Teacher training, just in order to know the potentials and the limits of these tools. Communities of practice, just to share knowledge of using that. Development of students' competencies in generative artificial intelligence is so important. I learned a lot about this, seeing how my son and my daughter use these technologies. It's terrible, because usually they believe that this is a wizard. All of the results for this application are the real truth. It's the new Google. Then is perhaps one of our most outstanding challenges, just in order to give our students the real competencies about this new technology. We have to review, update, and innovate in our curriculum, because at the same what happened in the 60s with the calculators, we have with this kind of tools. Perhaps we have to change to our curriculums, because some parts of our curriculums in general, not only in computer science, not only in history, not only in medicine, are obsoleted by this kind of tools. We have to reflect. We have to learn about how to innovate in our assessment. Perhaps, it's my opinion, We have an advice a couple of years ago with the COVID-19, when we were at home and we have to make assessment not in a face-to-face way. But perhaps I think we didn't learn anything about assessment, because when we return face-to-face, we do the same. We have the typical examinations, and with this kind of technology, we have an stress in the assessment. And so important, we have to develop ethical codes and general guides regarding generative artificial intelligence, ensuring responsible and ethical practice in its implementation. It's a real change for the decision makers of the institution. But the question should not be how to prevent students from cheating us by using these technologies, but how we should use them. Because when we talk with teachers in general, they are only putting the focus here. The problem is students are cheating the homeworks, the examinations, using that. But they don't change their minds on how to give them another way to make the task. Then appears a lot of possible new scenarios using these tools in our learning and teaching. Possibility engine just in order to give us different possible approaches. Socratic opponent making a dialogue with the tool. Collaborating coach making a group work, introducing this tool like another partner. Guide on the side for the teachers, just in order to have input to change the learning outcomes or the instructional design. I have the knowledge, but not the work. A personal tutor, co-designer, in order to have the opportunity to introduce this as also in the teacher side, like a Socratic component, like have the opportunity to give feedback about our designs, exploratorium, especially when these kind of tools are also open to the web on real time. Study buddy, like a virtual assistant for the students, motivator, or dynamic assessor, and so on. Because these are real possibilities of using these technologies, not only ChatGPT, in our teaching or learning processes. Because both sides are ready. Just in order to close this keynote, some reflection. This is a truth. Students at all levels of education are already using generative artificial intelligence tools, ChatGPT and others. This is the real. If we do the same thing that we did a couple of years ago, possible, our students are cheating our their learning outcomes with these tools, using a prompt, giving a key, and copy paste the solution. Then is a reflection that we have. The extensive and widespread of this application leads to the need to consider an ethical artificial intelligence or explainable artificial intelligence. This is a challenge for the researchers. We have to do applications that are ethical and we can explain, they can explain what is the sources, what are the way to give us the results. Generative artificial intelligence can be unsettling and in some cases frightening, and it has strengths and limitations. But it's crucial to remember that it will improve over time, and many of its limitations may disappear in the very short term. Many of the concerns about the first version of ChatGPT were obsolete before they printed, because the next version of ChatGPT is obsolete. And the concerns we have right now perhaps disappear tomorrow. It's very complicated to say this is true, but in my opinion, in this 9-10 months, we have advanced more than perhaps in 10 years in artificial intelligence applied in education, not in the knowledge base. Prohibitions, restrictions is not solution. If you forgive this technology, it doesn't matter. People are using more. Then you have to know that this is a real situation on the current world. You have to adapt and introduce in your daily work. Perhaps this disruptive technology should be introduced in the digital transformation of educational institutions. Should be, must be. Because if we have a strategy about digital transformation of education, perhaps in one university, for example, in my university, University of Salamanca, and you forget that artificial intelligence is right now in this current state, your digital transformation policy is obsolete. It has no sense. You have to introduce this as a new element, an important element of the digital transformation of the education. And for this reason, and so related to the digital transformation, we have to train both teachers and the students for the proper use of artificial literacy. In our curriculums, out of our curriculums, like a special training, like the policy, the strategy could be different, but we have to put the focus here. So important the communities. This is a real case in the University of Leeds in the United Kingdom that has a community of a collection of creative ideas in order to use artificial intelligence in education. There are, I think, 101 practice gathered in this, in the first collection. It's so interesting and it's open. You can use and contribute. And many problems and dangers that have been identified by the use of ChatGPT or other applications like that are not problems introduced by this technology, are problems that already exist, as I said before, with the pandemic. But what's happened? This kind of technology tools amplify the effect of this problem that perhaps are hidden, or we want to be hidden because it's easier for us to do the same that the previous year and forget what's happening in the evolution of the technology. And perhaps the most Terminator approach. These applications are in the infancy. These applications right now are only toys. Tomorrow, Terminator perhaps, not, I hope. And this final reflection. Artificial intelligence, especially with the capability to create content indistinguishable from human production and to interact with users using natural language, represents one of the most disruptive technology means at the social level of our time. We are still just beginning to imagine the possibilities, risks, challenges opened by this technology. However, and this is important for me, it must be noted that the future can build upon this foundation should not and must not be in the hands of the technologists or engineers alone. There must be spaces for inter and transdisciplinary co-creation to ensure the ethical, safe and inclusive development of a technology we will have deemed science fiction not so long ago. Thank you so much.
Questions? I guess I need to break the ice then. You said ethical AI. How realistic is that we're really going to get to the phase soon? I mean, the talk emphasized a lot, this is the current state, this is not the future. And we've seen a lot with learning analytics, data privacy, a lot of different companies pushing their own agenda rather than really getting the ethical stance on using the privacy of the users, the learners. So how realistic is to really get, in your opinion, of course, the ethical AI without probably the push, again, of some startups or big companies?
Well, I think we have now the reference of this technology that belongs to private companies, and we have to face these problems. But they know that perhaps the current state is they have the power, but they are very worried about the evolution of the open source community, because the open source community is unstoppable. Then we have to canalize or have strategies in order to have an advantage of this open source community. And the challenge is here. But if we have only open source products, but the educational community don't prepare consortiums just in order to make shared effort, just in order to prepare their own shared models, they are in the way to have always under the control of these big companies. If we create these consortiums that create open models that could be applied, for example, in the software engineering community, or in the medicine community, or in the biology community, we have the opportunity to have another opportunity to have a safe space, an ethical space, as researchers, as academics.
Yeah, I have tried ChatGPT several times, say 20, 30, 40 times. Not a single time I was impressed by anything. Maybe many people differ from that. Or maybe my questions were a bit in a narrow area. So I think, for example, for the time that I asked ChatGPT to write me an acceptance letter for an abstract for a special issue or something, There is a lot of training material about that, and it did it really well. Of course, it has lots of jargon that I have to edit and such, but you know, this kind of standard tasks, it was really easy for ChatGPT. But when I tried to ask anything, for example, that's specific, or it turns out to be a complete disaster. So my question here is that we are living, and what I probably will talk about later, in a very diverse societies and very diverse needs and very diverse things. Spain is not, for example, if we talk about Spain, and started to learn more and more that how diverse Spain is. How, for example, if I say what is the common food in Spain, ChatGPT will give me the thing that has more training material, but it probably will ignore everybody else down south and north and east and west. And there is not really something, and no one's answer, like, for example, if I hear it from Miguel, for example, if I ask him about such a thing. So my question is, given the situation of the training material, do you think that ChatGPT will really advance our education to something innovative? It can do the common and the known and the obvious really well, but will it be able to kind of, as some people say, that it can write a grant application, which I think it will not happen in the next 50 years or something, or maybe propose something innovative, or make students kind of a critical idea that has not been found in the training material. How do we think of this as, for example, education, which is supposed to stimulate critical thinking, innovation, new ideas, R&D, as Professor Dragan was talking today about such kind of things?
I think the difference is in the way you use the tool, as a matter of ChatGPT or for all. Then, this is a possible scenarios. In every scenario, you don't give the best way to use this tool is not giving I have a general need and give me the general answer. Because, as you say, in the most of the cases, it will be awful or nothing interesting. But if you give context and establish a dialogue, you can receive more and more precise information. That the idea is that the final outcome will not be the answer for your task, for your learning, is for your creativity, just in order to use that to perhaps develop an idea, create a prototype, something like that. If you want to have factual results, ChatGPT is not your tool. Because for a factual, the most, right now, the idea is go to Google and give me the number, the name of the imperator of that, or give me the date of this word. Because you can find this data like a syntactic query. If you ask factual data to ChatGPT, perhaps it could be a wrong answer, because it's a probability. Each version is better, and it can combine the training model with looking for in the website and give you actually more suitable information. But it's not the way. You have to know what is the really potential of these tools and the way you use the tool. If we believe this is like Iron Man assistant, and you say, give me all the answer, it's not true. At the current state is not, give me all the information, give me exactly the data that I need. No, it's not this kind of thing. We have a potential to just to generate content, but this content I have to read, I have to use in the way is useful for me, just in order to improve my learning or improve my work. If I don't in the education, but I use it for my work, and it depends on the context you give to this. Then you can. It's important to make the difference between the best way, or the suitable way to use these tools, and the ways that is not, they have no sense at all. And it's important, the literacy, because as I said, the example of my son and my daughter, that if they believe that if this is the wizard of the knowledge, we have a problem, because this is not the wizard of the knowledge. It's a tool, very powerful tool, every day more powerful. But at that moment, we need to be honest, to say, yes, I use this, but this is a tool for me. It's like, and it's a reality right now, you have this kind of technology in your word processing, in your speech set at your side. And when you write, the word processor say, this way to write this paragraph is better. You can say yes, or you can read and say yes or not. It's an assistant. If we believe all of the answer of this tool, right now we have a problem.
Thank you. One more question, and then we'll leave the rest of the questions for the roundtable discussion.
Okay, then
you have the floor first.
I just wanted to ask you about the dilemma. If we use all digital tools on our workplace, and we teach students to use it, but they rely on this. Let's assume scenario. Today there is no electricity. I have to solve the problem. I have no tools. How will I solve it? So when we teach students, we have also to develop the reasoning, thinking, and also alternative ways to collect data and solve the problems. If we depend a lot of such tools, then we are in a risk. So what is your opinion how to make such a balance about the educational process? Because if they use a lot of tools, as we have in history, I accept your suggestion that we adopt all these technologies, but at the same time we depend on them. And also the second question is related with the digital divide. Especially in Africa, there is no electricity, many villages and so on, so how they will work if you have the guy who knows everything like that, have to practice them, but other conditions are there and he cannot afford to solve the problems because of that. So what is the solution in such cases?
In my opinion, when I give literacy courses about that to teachers, I don't give them only solution. I recommend that they have to reflect on how to introduce them, how they should make their learning design of the curriculum, the subject. It depends on the role. Just to combine technology in general, with artificial intelligence or not, and the current practice. Because in my opinion, when we have a new technology, it doesn't matter if we talk about ChatGPT or talk about learning management system or talk about PowerPoint. If only see that their only way to do the things is wrong. You have to combine, and perhaps in one scenario it's useful to use ChatGPT in one way, but not only ChatGPT. You have to it's important that you know that this kind of tools exist, and you have to reflect if are useful or not for your case. But you have to have in mind that your students perhaps use that. And you have to avoid or have to improve the way they use these tools. And also you have to know how to gather the competencies. For example, if we compare with the calculator is so important, but when our children go to the school in the first years, they don't use calculator. They have to learn how to make a sum. Then perhaps it's important that in a specific moment, the people learn to write without these tools, because they need these capabilities. Why? Because when you have these tools, you need these capabilities in order to have a critical approaches in order to say, this is good, this is not. This is what I want to say, but it's not, this is not, the result is not what I want to say. Or I have this idea in my own language, I write in English this idea, and the ChatGPT or other tools say this paragraph should be written by this way. If you have not the capability or the competence to read the new way, compare with your previous way, and compare with your knowledge, perhaps the final paragraph is not your idea. And it's your responsibility if you copy paste in a paper, for example. But if you read your approach, you read the better improved approach, ChatGPT, and say, yeah, okay, it's the same. This is my idea. This is not a problem just in order to use that. But I need the initial competence. Then we have to balance. I never say with this or other technology applied in education that only the technology is the solution.
Thank you. So I'm sure they will have more questions in the roundtable discussion, but we will move on with the agenda. So I'm really happy to announce our second keynote. He's a dear friend of mine, Professor Mohamed Sakr. He is the leader of the Lab of Learning Analytics at the University of Eastern Finland School of Computing, which was, according to Scopus, Europe's most productive learning analytics lab in 2021 and 22, and I guess 23 hasn't finished yet, so we will see. And in recognition of his contributions in the field of learning analytics, Dr. Sakr has been awarded the Europe Emerging Scholar Award by the Society of Learning Analytics Research this year. He has many different projects that he has been working on. We are really grateful that we are collaborating with Professor Sakr on our project. But besides our project, his project in ideographic learning analytics has been funded by the Academy of Finland and the Swedish Research Council. So without further ado, I welcome Mohamed Sakr.
Yeah. It's my pleasure really to work with you, and you're a really dear friend, and I started to fall in love with Belgrade, which is not easy to come to. Okay. Yeah, I spent 20 hours yesterday.
From Belgrade, it's Finland.
It's just like going to Brazil. Brazil is even, yeah. But anyway, it's the tax you pay when you live in a small country. I will talk today about individual differences, and it's part of my funded project and part of the line of work I do, which is, I will try to justify right now. My presentation will be a little bit provocative. It's not really something that I would like. I don't know why is that. But anyway, almost a century ago, 100 years or 98 years ago, we came with the same idea that we would like to predict students' performance, which didn't happen for 90 years or something like that. Almost 12 years ago, Shane Dawson and his colleagues in 2010, they published this paper as a proof of concept that we can really do that. The year after, people gathered in the learning analytics first conference in Banff, Canada, and they said, okay, let's make learning analytics and let's predict student performance. And the idea kind of resold again and again and rebranded under different things. It never worked, and it never will. I also bought into the idea, published my first learning analytics paper, which at that time was a bit late of this kind of thing. It took over, and it's now really highly cited papers. But still, I was able to predict this, but whenever anybody tried to do this again, they were not able to get my results. For example, this paper done by Rihanna Konyen from the Netherlands, and she studied 17 courses. Her studies found that every course has its own predictors, has its own variables, has its own everything, and there is no way to combine at least two courses similarly together. Just last year, published a paper with my Serbian colleagues, Jelena Jovanovic and Dragan Gazevic. And we did something cool. We did a meta-analysis of all the effect sizes across all the indicators of 50 very similar courses. The paper from Rihanna came from different courses, different programs, different styles, but this paper comes from things that are almost identical. The teaching style is identical, the courses are identical, the learning materials are almost identical, even the teachers are identical. This is a problem-based learning program, and it is integrated. So students study the same subjects, histology, pathology, physiology, biochemistry, into the same courses, but about different subjects. So the same teachers are repeated, the same strategy is repeated. They have to study things in problem-based learning, so the same thing is repeated. The course has no identity by its own, it's the program. And we thought we will get some things that are kind of similar, because even the students are similar, come from the same background, they do not have even demographic diversity at all, 0% people come from abroad. And they come from a very narrow minority of the top, because this is a school of medicine, so the previous performance is almost similar. Not much diversity at all. And that's what we found. The same predictor in the same course, 1 year it's on the negatively correlated with performance, and some years it's positively correlated with performance. And you can see how these effect sizes are dancing around the midline. So no, we are not able to transfer data from course 1 to course B under whatsoever conditions. Even the same person takes the course twice, I would say that it's not even possible. So we came to the conclusion that it's really not working. Not really, we never did. Another study published a couple of years ago in the Proceeding of National Academy of Science. They studied 247 courses, MIT, Harvard, and I think Stanford, almost 250,000 of students, and they were not able to get some very good predictions. And they said, yeah, we couldn't really do it because it depends upon the individual differences, rather than we get one solution that fits all. But as I said, we haven't learned the lessons. For 1 century, we are resold the story that we will previously predict or early predict things and they will happen. And you can see there is actually a surge in studies predicting performance of the students. It's even going high and high and high and higher. Whenever we say no, it didn't work, people kind of get some sample with a machine learning algorithm. It predicts the students within that sample, but it does not generalize to any other sample, which is what we actually think we should do. And it's not really about education. Around 8 years ago, I think the Open Science Collaboration, which was from many, many labs, they did some kind of replication of previous studies. And they found something super cool. They found that the replication, these green ones, they were able to replicate them, but these red ones, they were not able to replicate them. And they found something like, for example, here, the effect sizes. The effect sizes for the original studies are higher. For the replicated studies, they are dancing around the zeros. So most of the studies did not really replicate. If you can see the p-values of the original studies are really low and all below the zeros. And for the replications, they are all higher than the zeros, almost. So the distributions are very different here. This is what we've been promised, and this is what we can or we have already obtained, which is what was dubbed at the time replicability crisis. It wasn't the last one. Many replications did exactly the same. These are replications in 5 journals, 5 big journals, and you can see above the line is did not replicate, below replicated, sorry, it's the other way around. Below the line did not, above the line did, and you can see that many articles did not replicate. Many ones and many ones. This is, I think, 500,000 studies. They did by machine learning. They found that studies do not replicate. And they found actually that ever since, we don't see any trend of replication. It's not even improving anymore. We promise results, but we do not replicate. Okay, maybe the sample is different, maybe the data is different, maybe the approach is different. So they gave many researchers the same data, the same sample, the same everything, and said, please give us results. And they were not aware of the results, so as you can see, 25% got negative results, 57 get included 0, not significant, 16% got positive results. Even using the same data, results in different insights, which is quite insane, to be honest. Yeah, so many people said we already have something like a reproducibility crisis. More than 70% of researchers have tried and failed to reproduce another scientist's results. And as far as I remember, around 25% were not able to reproduce their own research results. People who already said that. We are aware that there is a crisis, we are aware that there are things, and the trends are increasing. So we are talking about it more, and the way it is represented in research is more, but as you remember from this slide, that replications are not getting better. So why? Here is number one solution that I'm thinking that's the problem. Number one is heterogeneity. And with heterogeneity, if you look at that slide, it said that we are different. An average, or any average, never represents us as a whole. We have people who do things in really, really different ways. And with heterogeneity, if we think of it, we think that we can group us into at least patterns, commonalities. I will show some research later and see. Many papers come in these days and say, you know what, we need really a heterogeneity revolution. Just getting an average or a mean that represents everyone doesn't work. Maybe we have several means for several subgroups that work similarly. For example, we can say that we have people who wake up early, people who wake up at 8 o'clock or something, people who wake up late. We know that we have these subgroups within the societies. We know that we have vegetarians, we know that people who are not. We know that we have these differences. And just getting one solution that represents everybody and works for everybody, because everybody is similar, is really not the case. This is really a very nice example. Let's see, for example, that we have some data. We captured some samples. We get this very high effect size. If we get more data, we got this effect size at that level. If we get another type or another piece of data, we get effect size below this. If we get all the data, we get that true effect sizes. And that really tells us where we cut. If we do not care for heterogeneity, it is actually how much or how we select our sample is what determines what we get. Okay, I will try to escape this. Almost 1 year ago, another study showed something that were really striking. They tried to look at some brain phenotypes, and they tried to look at every individual and how the results represent everyone. What they found were really, really very provocative. They found a subgroup of people that no predictive algorithm whatsoever predicts them. They were always predicted wrong. But that's okay. We always have this kind of people who are outliers. But they were able to replicate these mispredictions in each and every sample and each and every contrast their studies. Their results, the actual positive predictions, did not replicate, but the mispredictions replicated. So our algorithm tended to make the wrong assumptions about these people each and every time regarding every construct. And they call them defiers. So we have a small slice of people who will always be mispredicted and will get the wrong conclusions about them. But that's still not a big deal. The big deal is they found that they can predict these people who will be mispredicted even before they apply these algorithms. Highly educated people, certain age groups, certain people will fall under these mispredicted groups who defy these algorithms that we use all the time, and we generalize solutions to them. So our solutions may work for some people who follow the majority or the common average, but they probably will harm some, like these people, and they will not work with some others. So, yeah. Okay, so I will show some simulation. It's really very pretty simple. But let's assume that we have two groups. Some group, for example, if you give them homework, they're happy with the homework and they improve, and some of them, if you give them homework, they might be stressed and might not really do well with the school. We know that homework works for some and doesn't work for some. And if you combine them together, we get a zero trend. This is a simple regression done for the two groups. So our traditional statistics do not really work. They get averages. If we get, for example, something that increases somebody's motivation and decreases others' motivation, we combine them together, decrease plus increase, we get zero. That's understandable. But if we use a person-centered or heterogeneity algorithm that takes care of this, and this is actually done by the heterogeneity algorithm, it was perfectly able to capture that we have two trends in the data, one upgoing and one downgoing. So using the usual statistics of combining everyone in the same pool and get a pooled, very simple, small number is not really the case. I will show some of our papers. For example, this paper, we looked at engagement, and we saw that we have three types of engagement, but this is longitudinal study, so the blue one means that the student was averagely engaged, green means well engaged, yellow one means disengaged. We can see that the green have their own pathway, the yellow have their own pathway, the blue have their own pathway, which is simply, this is turbulent, they move a lot up and down. This one failed early, and these ones were really consistently doing it. If we combine the three trends, we will not get any credible results. We also found that each group has their own pathway. These ones continue to succeed until the end of the program, and these ones were almost lost, half of them at the fourth course. What is interesting is that after they lost the vulnerable minority, they became strong enough to continue the program. So we have even subgroups within the subgroups. I will skip these, but this is one of the very interesting studies that were accepted 2 weeks ago. There is something very cool here. We have lectures, which is kind of very behavioral thing, as the Finnish people used to say. And we have problem-based learning, which is more cognitively engaging resource. So we have behaviorally engaged in something, and we have cognitively engaged source. What we can see here is that if we give the lectures, which is behaviorally engaging, to the cognitively engaged people, they are less likely to stay engaged. So their engagement decreases. And if we give the problem-based learning, which is cognitively engaged, to the cognitively engaged people, they get their engagement increases. The opposite happens on the different directions. The lectures will increase the disengagement in the behaviorally engaged people, and in the other way around. So cognitively engaged students require cognitively engaged material, and behaviorally engaged students require behaviorally engaged materials. And then this does not work with that. So different subgroups of people require different or different types of treatment just given, okay, we have some students who are struggling with the course, we give them more of this, might be actually harmful. And it is harmful, because the whole idea behind PBL and the strategy when we were working in the medical university was that PBL will stimulate the disengaged. That doesn't turn out to be the case. It stimulates more the engaged, which did not really need much, and bring the disengaged to a disadvantage again. Okay, so I said now that we have really large groups that do not represent anybody, and we have sub-patterns in them, subgroups, which we can describe with some way. But still, there are people that I said are defiers, that do not follow anything. How can we study these guys? Okay, probably look at this. This is how we study everybody. We get a mass of people, many people, and then we take a cross-section of them. And that cross-section, we think that this is representative of the variability of us as humans. We have people who wake up early, people who wake up around 8, people who wake up late. So if we capture 100 people, we'll capture all the variability within humans. That's the premise of all the statistics we do. But this, in idiographic methods, it does look at a completely different principle. It zooms in to a single person and look at the variability within that person. In some ways, if you wake up early, you work well. Yes, that's the premise. Wake up early to get the day from the beginning and whatever. But if people who are not really early bird and wake up earlier than them time, they might not be really happy with that. So that's actually counterintuitive. So to study every person, we get data from the same person several times and develop data at the resolution of a single person. Because we're studying we are only interested here. For example, we call this Layla in the graph. Only in Layla and how Layla mechanisms work. What happens if she wakes up so early? What happens if she wakes up late? What happens if she's anxious? What happens if she is dreaming? What happens when she drinks coffee? She might even hate it very much. Because, what happens if we give Layla's homework? Does she improve or not? Rather than I say to Layla, you know what, data that we collected from your class says that people who get homework do well. But maybe Layla is really good, for example, in English. She doesn't need this homework. It actually eats her time because she's doing things because they work for others, not for her. As we said, if we look at this normal curve, any of us do not lie at any single point, or lie at any single point, but this is assumed to work and this is assumed to work, but we lie at a single point at some point. And there is lots of evidence about that. For example, this very similar study done by Aaron Fisher and others, 2018, I think, proceeded in National Academy of Science. What they did is they studied many constructs, and they looked at the variance. And so, do we really get the same variance if we study many people? Does it look exactly like the variance if we study the single person or average person? And they didn't find it. And I don't think of any study that I've read that already kind of said that they are kind of equal. Okay, let's make another simulation. This is a very nice simulation I always do. Sometimes it's hard to explain. But for example, if we see that people who type faster are less likely to get errors when they type. Fast typers are less likely to make errors because they are really well trained. Yes, people who type fast make less errors. But if any person typed faster than their own average, they are more likely to make mistakes than if they type slowly. So we have different trends here between what happens on a personal level and what happens at a general level. We call this Simpson paradox. A much easier example, people who run every day have strong hearts, less likely to get heart attack. This is what we have been told, for example, by Framingham study. But we all know that heart attacks only come, or almost come, when people run faster or go upstairs or do some effort. So these are completely different mechanisms. What happens on a personal level different than what happens in a general level. But if we get this, for example, this data, and we simply create a correlation, we get the correlation, this one. We don't get these personal ones. If we do a multi-level regression model, which is the standard here, it still gets the same the other one. In that case, we need to disentangle, we need to separate what happens on the personal level and on the general level. Anyway, we can see here it's positive and here it's negative because we separated both. I will skip these. Yeah. So these are idiographic analysis, and every slide of this has only one single student from my own research. We can see we followed an anxiety on 30 or 40 time points, effort, help, motivation, planning. Doesn't tell much, but if we make them in a model like this, we see that they have interactions. We see an anxiety, this red line means negative, affects motivation negatively. But an anxiety affects motivation negatively and motivation affects effort positively. So in that exact student, if he or she are motivated, they get more effort into work. Okay, if we look at this other student, an anxiety doesn't even matter at all. For this, we maybe need to have some anxiety fixing mechanisms, and for this, they don't really think, or anxiety does not affect them at all. So we need something else. Their motivation is really strong. It affects their effort. It also affects their planning, so that they have kind of a healthy self-regulation mechanism. This is a bit, I shifted, sorry. But we see here that anxiety does not correlate with anything. Effort is not correlated with anything, so he or she are motivated, they do planning, they might ask teacher for support, but they don't put this into effort, into studying. So, as we can see, we can deliver different messages to different people based on their own mechanism, rather than to say to people, all people, you need to take care of anxiety, because as we can see that this person and this person has no anxiety problems. They don't really get anxious close to the exams. Maybe it's a Finnish character, because Finnish people are really strong, but some of them are not, so yeah. Anyway, my conclusions are really simple. It is based on what we want to see. Whether we want to see us all as one unit, just like we are all similar in everything. Maybe we have equal rights, but we are not similar in the same thing. Or we would like to see patterns, that some people are different, some people are different, some people are outliers. Or we'd like to see that we have full spectrum of variance and variabilities, and we would like to look at this. Yeah, thank you very much.
Question?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's a question or it's a doubt or a desire. You presented your results based on the e-course in Moodle.
Yes.
Okay. So I think it's very similar in the plastic classroom.
Pardon me?
It's a very similar, I think the area is very similar in classic face-to-face classroom. When you say you have one teacher, and the teacher experience and the teacher teaching not often is attached to personal needs of every student.
Yes.
I think here we can see the way out, how we can actually create models for personalized learning and personalized teaching in order to how to say, to resolve all these questions and marks that you have here. My question is actually, is it possible? Is it possible to create an algorithm, okay, AI and learning analytics, modeling and everything? It is possible to have a super AI professor actually feels you, sees you, and actually knows what you need, how you learn, what's your learning style, etc. Is that possible? That's kind of my question on this data. That in a way I see how the way of teaching actually is crucial in all those segments of consuming knowledge and the learning outcomes of the students and pupils. I'm not sure if I said it right.
Yeah. I
Okay.
totally get your point. Yeah, thank you for the question. And maybe I was not clear about that. It is, of course, extremely costly to study every single person. It's extremely costly to cater for every single person at their own way. And maybe the last slide, if we look back, we may be able to have some kind of subgrouping that we have these students might be treated in that way, and these students might be treated in that way. And that student or two may be extremely, would say, not outliers, but they are human. They're just like any other person. So they maybe need some special treatment in that way. But treating everybody and creating an algorithm for everybody and studying everybody is an extremely costly process. And the bad news is that we are humans and we change a lot. So maybe if you understand us at that time point, or at this point in time, that student might change from something to something. So yeah, so it's not easy. It may be difficult, but there are good examples. For example, there are lots of examples of people who follow their step counts. I'm one of them, who improved much by following their step counts. Their step counts is calculated from them, by them, compared to them, and year by year they do things. Of course, it doesn't work for everybody again, but it's not easy, but we have to say that we might need to look more and more into solutions for this. Yeah, thank you for the question again.
More questions? I thought Jolana or Emilina might tell you could help predictive analytics. But here, I guess, saving the questions. My question to you is, I really enjoyed your presentation, thank you. It almost feels like on one side I mean, you stated it, you're not a big fan of predictive analytics, but it almost feels like with the analysis that you're doing, it's almost like you're giving a certain tool for the future predictive analytics or even explainable AI to boost up those predictions. Do you feel like it may help maybe grow in a different direction in the future with some of the work you have been doing, not necessarily you personally working in predictive analytics, but some of the results that can be taken as tools for some of the, you said, things that are actually not working at this stage?
So if I understand your question well, will predictive analytics, is it all evil like I shown here? Which was what
but it almost feels like you're opposed to it because it's not predicting well, but then at the same time, things that you're showing is that I feel like we can still use it towards, some of the stuff.
Exactly. So here is the idea. Predictive analytics is evil. That's my own thinking. But please don't take my word for it, because it's also a wrong idea. I'm just biased against it somehow. But what we probably should use it. I probably should even use it more. That's not a problem at all. But we should understand that it's just a guidance, not a sentence. This is the problem. I'm actually trained as a neuropsychiatrist. And one of the things that we have learned in psychiatry is that we don't have to rush to label a patient as schizophrenic, because that's a huge label that will stay for life. And if you use predictive analytics, which is used in not very good data, and label some person that they will fail, is a huge problem. So we definitely can use it. We definitely can use it maybe to help some people, to give us flags that this kind of things will work or not. But we shouldn't label people. We shouldn't take assumptions. We shouldn't judge people. We should understand the downsides or the weaknesses of our human methods. For example, my own course, I use predictive analytics, first learn analytic course I taught. I found that there are 15 people who are not really doing well, and I contacted them one by one personally. I did not do any intervention. all of them turned out to be not attending the course for logistic reasons. They did not arrive yet in Finland. They are looking for something. They couldn't catch up because they have something else. Yeah, so they're not really failure. If I send them this kind of automated messages, you will fail the course if you don't do this and that and that. It's kind of something that is delivering the exact wrong message. So yeah, predictive analytics are not really evil, like I thought. I will continue to say this next time, but you know what I mean by that. Yeah, so thank you, Rizal.
Questions? I'll ask one more then, and then we'll wrap up. Has your point of view and the sensitivity towards the individuals or not classifying somebody in a group has changed since you moved to Finland? Have their cultural standing of this changed your point of view, or has it been always there?
Okay, yeah. I think it was really early. My first study in learning analytics was predictive learning analytics, and the next one I did not use. I used predictive learning analytics. I completely shifted to social network analysis, and then after then, yeah, so it didn't really change ever since, but maybe it's inspired by my own self, because I have never had motivation or ambition in anything. My mom used to, when she asked me, would you like to go to school? I said, no, I don't want to go to school. I want to be a farmer. She screamed. And then in the sixth, which is kind of what we call a certificate here, I said I don't want to go to the exam. She also was kind of disappointed. So these kind of things that I thought, okay, some people could, there are really differences. There are really differences, and this has always been something that is obvious to me. And yeah, maybe the biggest inspiration that came to put this into practice is the recent revolution that comes from psychology, actually. So it's not really something that, and in psychology there are a huge amount of people who are studying these personal differences, especially in personality. So yeah.
But I would like to use this opportunity to tell you a little bit about our project, whom I mentioned at the very beginning. It's the project that we have been working on for the past 2 years, improving online and blended learning with the educational data analytics. And this is one of the sponsors for our conference today. So really we are wrapping up with this project. Last year I gave some of the results that we have done, and this year, well actually not this year, we're talking about next 3 or 4 weeks, we are really finishing with this project. So in this project we are working with Sofia University from Bulgaria, who is the coordinator for the LEDA project, us from Serbia, you met Mohammed from the University of Eastern Finland, and Miguel will also give a talk in the next session from University of Leon. So this is really the 4 institutions that have worked really, really hard on this project. We started ILEDA, I think me and Miguel concluded last year, it was 2018. Was networking in this conference, and we concluded that we probably should be working together on something important, and that we can contribute to the fields that we are all working in. But we got funded in 2021, and of course it was in the midst of the COVID, and just like everybody else, we got a lot of data at that time, so we decided that we really want to use this data and analyze it and see how we can come up with innovative methods, how to increase motivation with students, and we focused on online and blended learning modules. So essentially what we did in ILEDA was we developed the instructional models for these 2 types of teaching and learning. We worked on the framework, how to actually integrate these teaching methodologies. And of course we focused on a lot on the metrics and on the learning analytics. And we had to develop a software tool that will allow us to track student progress in all of our courses that we have actually conducted. And this is the case studies here that it shows here. And of course, nothing went smooth. It was pretty challenging, but it was very, very good experience. And we have learned how to overcome a lot of these different things. So we initially started on analyzing the data we had from each institution, but also we wanted to see what was going on not only in Europe, but in the world. We collected numerous papers, we analyzed them, and we identified what was good, what was bad, and what we liked, we integrated and developed it additionally to what we saw additionally for this project. And we developed teaching methods, but we also identified the metrics that we want to use in our piloting. We tested all of our stuff, meaning all of our teaching methodologies, and we also developed the software tool, as I said, to track all this progress of students. And we are currently here at the very end. We have already analyzed the impact and what we have done in our pilot courses, and now we need to put that in writing so we can really help everybody else who wants to use things that we developed. As I said, we decided to focus on online and blended learning from the very beginning of the project, but as we started analyzing each institution, and as we started analyzing things that are currently being developed, we really focused on these two different methodologies, flipped classroom and project-based learning. So, of course, in later website, you can read all of the pedagogical methods we researched and what we found it was interesting, but for our purpose in our learning analytics, in our institution, it was flipped classroom and project-based learning. So we really did a lot of training. We went to Spain for the training of these educational methods. We went to Finland to do training in learning analytics, all of us. And we decided to do a lot of cool things, but we also realized we have a lot of challenges. Most of the institutions were using Moodle. Here in Metropolitan, we're using LUMS. LUMS, just like Moodle, is an open source, but the community is not big. So we really had a big challenge ahead of us to figure out how to do the same thing that they're doing on a Moodle and adapt to the standards that the project was using. We had a lot of challenges with the data access. Each institution had different point of views of how data can be used and should be used. And that was one of the reasons why I asked Mohammed, has your point of view changed since you came to Finland? Because what we have as a standard in Serbia and what they have in Spain and what they have in Bulgaria and Finland, considering the ethical usage of data, completely different. We even had to watch our terminology. God forbid I told Mohammed I would like to predict or classify somebody. So it was, it's a good thing because we all came into the positive realization what we really want to do is track student progress. And that's what really was kind of the highlight of this project. Yes, we can maybe later use this data for different purposes. Maybe we'll use it for predictive analytics. Of course, Mohammed will not use it for predictive analytics. But the focus here was on the student progress. And that is essentially how we developed our courses. These are the courses that were piloted. Pretty much the reason why Belgrade had 3 courses was not because we were so ambitious, it's because we had to do pre-piloting because of our LUMS system, who was giving us a hard time with all of the stuff to adjust with Moodle. But as you can see, more or less, computer science, IT, software engineering, these were the courses we focused on because most of us were teaching these pilot courses and we are all from computing schools essentially. And you can see here that each school had to have at least flipped classroom and project-based learning. And of course, if you want to hear about our experiences, we'll tell you all about it. But I will tell you whatever we imagined at the beginning of the project for the flipped classroom, ChatGPT killed it. Well, definitely our methodology needs to change. And I'm just showing you snippets of the results. Please do go to the project's website for digital dashboard, for the software tool. University of Leon is one of the main contributor and the university that led us with Miguel on this. So this is just a snippet of one of the dashboards and things that was developed. And here was the contribution. Here is the contribution of all of the universities and different records that we were able to collect. And you can see that each institution had a different level of data size. So as I said, we are at the very beginning, and we are here actually on the very last activity. We have analyzed everything that we've done in the piloting. we seen there were some great things, but we also realized there were not so many great things, and we will put that in the final result of the project, where we will give our recommendations for how to use not only learning analytics in your courses, but how to organize flipped classroom, how to organize project-based learning. So it really gave us good results. Besides, of course, the things that I just spoke about, we've done a lot of outreach, a lot of dissemination. E-learning conference in the last years was one of them. We have also went into venture to try to train the teachers about all of this stuff that are not from our institutions, that teach the teachers, and we're still in the process of organizing educational hackathon. So we collected a lot of data. We, of course, anonymized a lot of this data, and we are giving it to students to see how they can come up with their solution for different dashboards. So for us in Serbia, I have to say, it is happening next month, the hackathon, and I think in Bulgaria as well. So these are just some of the numbers. Teach the teachers. So far, we had over 60 teachers that we trained in 4 different countries, but we still have some universities who have to do this. Hackathons are, 2 hackathons are done, 2 hackathons still have to happen. And in our piloting, we involved over 850 students. And for those who are interested in this data, at the end of the project, which I said is coming up really soon, you will have this data and you can use it, analyze it, and everything else. Of course, we published a lot of work. A lot of stuff is already on the website, and I only highlighted these 3 because this was our group work, and of course we have a lot of different, each university has their individual outputs, but so you can really look into this. I think they already pretty high read papers already in such a short period. And what is next for us? We are continuing our work. We received another funding. This time we will have another partner. So all of these 4 partners that I mentioned, plus we have a new partner from Norway, and we are still calling it Ileda 2, but it's really Sila. And what we will be looking in as a continuation of this project is we want to look into the multimodal data. So we will track data from different sources. And one of the things that we identified that we really need, of course, we're talking about analyzing the performances of different students, getting all this data, but once we know that someone is struggling or is not progressing, as I said, what should we do? So we will be working on the intervention methods based on our learning analytics. So I did try to be brief, but please do look at the website. It has really good results, and as I said, we will be posting more. Sila is officially starting in December, but I think we will be starting soon. So, any questions as far as this project?
Just one question about the teacher training activities. Did you have any materials available?
Yes.
So, are they on the website? Can we see them?
I'm not sure, but we will make it on the website. Yes. Well, thank you. It's time for the coffee break. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back here, and we will have our roundtable discussion before the lunch. Thank you. So I would like to start our roundtable discussion. We traditionally ask our keynotes to participate in our roundtable discussion. So all of the questions that may be lurking during those presentations that you may ask. But of course, we only had 2 today, from Professor Garcia Peñalo and from Mohamed Sakr. You met Professor Dragan Namaz at the very beginning, the president of the Belgrade Metropolitan University. And the only lady in the crowd, but the representative from Croatia, Carnet Institution, Aleksandra Mudrinić-Ribić, and she will be giving her talk about the digital transformation in education tomorrow. So the discussion for today, I would like to keep it as going as possible, in the sense that you can ask the questions, but just to get the discussion going, I will ask the first question, and then I will open the microphone to everybody in the audience. And of course, whoever feels most comfortable with answering, just let me know. We heard a lot of different things in the first two keynotes. We saw some benefits, we saw some, let's say, problems or challenges that we had. What do you perceive, and possibly my question is from the institution that you're coming from, what do you see as the not such a good thing in using this data analytics and artificial intelligence in educational systems? What is the biggest challenge, or where do you see it, or what do you see, what are the reasons for not progressing maybe at the pace that we would like to? Because we see, you know, Professor Pinalvo showed all these open apps that we have, and in different areas it's really moving fast, and in education we just heard we're very hesitant, we're still in a no calculator mode. But so, to sum it up from your point of view, from your institution, what are your current challenges for both data analytics and usage of artificial intelligence, whether it's just the algorithms or the applications, Gen AI, wherever you are at this stage? Who would like to open? Okay, thank you.
I think it's very easy to answer. There's no strategy at all about this in my university. I think there is a lack of institutional policy or strategy about data. Academic data in general. Then it's very complicated to focus on learning analytics if you have not academic abilities. Then perhaps this is an area for researchers, and we have access our data, or if you are lucky, you can access to an overall data of a learning management system. But there is not a real strategy to do that. They have another kind of indicators related with the number of students, related with the estimation of how many students we have this year, but I'm not really interested or worry about for having a learning balance. Then, in my opinion, here is one of the challenges, or one of the lack of in the overall digital transformation of the university, to use the data in the right way. Because we have, I think, it's like we have data islands in the university, and perhaps when you receive a request of the ministry about what's happened with your data, you can, it depends on the service you receive the request, if a different answer. Then we have a first important lack in how to create a data culture in the university.
Okay, I'm not coming from the university. I'm coming from Croatian Academic and Research Network, which is actually an agency of the Ministry of Science and Education. So it's a bit different situation in Croatia in this field. Because when we, 10 years ago, when we started working on digitalization of primary and secondary schools, it's one of our biggest projects. It's very, a lot of money invested, 220 million euros in it. The idea was to create the whole ecosystem, actually, that can be supportive in a way to digitalize digital learning processes in a way, one way. In the other way, we actually thought that it could be a good opportunity for creating systems and application that could, in the future, use as data lakes for other interventions in learning analytics and AI. So it was, let's say, 7 or 8 years ago. So we created an e-registry. It's an actually e-version of students' registry that you have in schools, paper, you know, where you put grades, notes of the teachers, and everything that it consists. So The first start point was that all schools, primary and secondary schools in Croatia, over 1,300, has this e-registry. It was a good starting point. Okay, now we have this data, and what we are going to do with those data? We can use those data to predict kind of ideas and to enforce some idea that we want as a national institution, as a Croatia, as a state. So we then decided, let's make a lot of those applications and systems. So we also digitalized e-register. It's a book of the students, and every single information of student from starting day one at a school until he or she finishes is in this book. So we also have those data in the digital form. So we have a lot of users, students, pupils, teachers, parents, and government. So the idea is to create the overall system, and we call it now kind of data, that is actually data lake, data warehouse, from where we can collect, we can analyze, and we can give some informations that could be based for other, let's say, recommendations that we are going to have on those things. So the next step is really to create a smart recommendation system based on those data. So it's a national approved. So I think our opportunity and our step ahead is actually agreement with the government, with the ministry, that we can go in that direction. So,
Thank you.
Okay, so one of the things I've been asked when I went to University of Eastern Finland, what can we do in learning analytics? And I said we should start right away, having a policy of what to do with the data and how to use the data. Where can we use it and how can we use it? We spent a long time doing it, it never saw the lights, and then we had a national project across all Finland, which I was part of, and we tried to make again one policy that fits all universities. We were 7, something called Finland Analytics Project. It didn't also see the light so far, and the whole problem with that the data analytics are moving so fast that whatever policy we are trying to do at this time with the negotiations and such things, it doesn't really deliver in time. What's the solution? I'm not really very sure about that, but probably some guiding overarching principles could help with how we use the data. This is what I so far what we do is we get some kind of local policies that we pass through ethical and privacy people and lawyers in the university and ethical bodies, but an overarching policy that governs all the university has not been done. I was in my tenure meeting with the dean, and he said, what are the next steps that we're missing? I said, we need to have a policy, and the other thing is that our university actually does not retain the data. After some time of the last active person in the course, 3 months later they delete the course. So far we are bleeding data. Every 3 months we bleed all the data. When I have no idea why, and I said that on all levels in the university. But I mean, but by all of this we have problems at the very foundational levels of using the data. That's my take. Maybe something else worth mentioning, that when I met Professor Dragan last year, here also in Belgrade, or maybe it was in Spain, and in Spain, and he was insisting that we should probably do learning analytics that bring value to the institutions that are participating in that project and in other projects. It is still, of course, the most thing that we would like to do the most, but still I think it's a bit not very close to being achieved on a short term. We need to do more and more and understand more and do things more. What Alexandra said, something like academic analytics, which we collect data across all country and such things. These are really working well. By law, we have in Finland to deliver metrics to the government, and every university delivers these metrics, and they can know how many students we have, how many students are graduating, how many students have been admitted and did not graduate, how many credit hours they got, and they know many metrics, because that's how we get our funding ourselves. And all of the universities in Finland have almost the same registry system, or at least compatible ones, that the government is aware of these big numbers. It's a very good thing, but I would really love to see it also on the university, on the teacher level. Still, politics and money and finances are kind of the leading part now. That's again, it's not really, it's a really good thing. But hopefully, if what we've learned from successful implementation on really big levels can also trickle down to universities and courses levels and teachers levels and such things. That's my take.
Thank you. Well, for Berkeley Metropolitan University, it's a little bit easier to analyze data because we are a small university. We control all data, we are integrated, and so it's very good for some kind of research, and that's what we are doing. Joanna can better than me describe problems with data and how we use it. But we did a survey analysis of data a few years ago, analyzing how many students enroll in the first year one, pass all exams and enroll year two, then pass all exams, enroll in year three, and then the fourth. I was thrown when I saw results. Actually, we lose a lot of students. They are not lost, they still there. They have some exams from the previous years to pass next year and so on. But I wanted to see really what the number of students are really passing all exams. And probably in year four we have roughly 50% of those who enroll in the year one. I don't know the results from other universities, but for me it's very low, very bad. It's better for management, it's much better for design programs, but for IT engineering, it's very, very bad. And then we started to think what to change. We provide students everything, online lessons, all support and so on, discussions and so on. That's what we can do. And now we are thinking to use this to do some experiments. First, we didn't talk much today about this, but this Z generation is totally different. And we have to have this in mind. We don't design courses for us or for previous generation. This generation is totally different. For instance, they don't want to read anything that is more than one paragraph or one page. They don't want to listen everything that is longer than 3 to 5 minutes. So for now, I'm preparing a course just to experiment, to have small video sequences lasting 3 to 5 minutes, very short, to provide those students who don't want to read anything, just to view and pass for probably the lowest grade. In our case, this is number 6. So then I said, why I should provide all content for every student. There is no artificial intelligence in this, just because we wait results of some research. Yeah? Let's make 3 layers on a lesson. Layer 1 is a basic one. I will provide only video sequences for students that are targeting just to pass the exam. And they have assessments after that. They have to pass 100%. No, there is no, because this is a minimum according to curriculum. You have to provide this, and this is for them. If they are more ambitious, they are motivated, they are more capable, they can now analyze the content at level 2. There are multilingual, multimedia documents, video as well, and so on. More information in more detail, and of course, this is for those who are targeting, let's say, the grade 8. And they also say assessments. For those that are more capable and more ambitious, they have to further analyze the content of one lesson for targeting the best grade, let's say 10. Then you have the links to external documents, you have deeper and knowledge in related to the syllabus of practically for this lesson, but also we extend horizontally to cover neighboring area of applications with more examples and so on, and provide this and assessments of this. So the idea is to give the freedom to students, not to put artificial intelligence or tutor or teacher, give them the freedom to choose. Some students will choose only level 1 just to pass exams, some will go deeper and deeper. And let's see how they want to learn this and what are their ambitions and capabilities. This is just now an ongoing experiment. We start on Monday with lesson 1 like this. It's totally different. It's challenging for us because we have never did this. And we done this, and now we have to see how to do the assessments, how to do this. But the problem is this generation is totally different, and we'll see. And regarding AI and GPT, it was very interesting education. My personal opinion is that we have to open everything. Open book exam, open assessments and so on. We have to change our way of teaching and our way of assessments to students. Because why we teach them? In order to be capable to solve problems when they are on workplace, when they graduate. On the workplace they will have everything. When I was doing engineering job, I had all access to everything. Now they will have more. So we have to emulate such environment and provide them that. Of course, we have to be very creative how to design assessments and everything so that we can assess their real contribution to that. I will give them the task, okay, use GPT to solve this problem. Another, use this to solve this problem a little bit in a different way. Then compare, let's discuss about this. So that we find to use technologies, but not to compete with technologies, and to find a new pedagogy, how to implement all this. This is very challenging for us, and that's why this job is very difficult for us, because things are going very fast, and to adopt all this, and that we learn all this, is the time. That's a challenge, a greater challenge for all of us. And that's why we have to try to exchange experiences and how to do that. And I hope that we find a way to increase the efficiency of education that is low, to maintain the quality and so on, but we'll see. Thank you.
Just add something, of course. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that we need to act fast. As I recall, 2015, we started to create digital educational resources because all the teachers in primary and secondary schools said, how can we use technology if we don't have digital educational resources in Croatian language? Everything is in English. That was a huge problem. So we do a lot of research, what kind of educational resources, how we put play, and so on. The idea was to create an EdPub with a lot of video, interactive elements, some kind of test, and at the end of every lesson you have a kind of exam, which is fully summative exam, which will lead you if you have to upgrade yourself in some parts of those subjects. Okay, so we spent 4 years developing, let's say, 10 or 16 digital educational resources, and one subject per class. For example, math for 6th grade. After that, we conducted the research again, and they were not used. Nor teacher, nor students. Why? They're not attractive to students, and teacher doesn't know how to use it. So we created a lot of learning scenarios, how you can use digital education courses into your teaching and learning practices. So we created tons of materials. Now, after the results of the research, we created interactive video lessons with 5 minutes lecture of a teacher, exact teacher of the specific subject, for 60 more digital education resources. So now in Croatia we do have from 5th grade to 8th grade in primary schools, and all the high schools from gymnasium program, 100% related digital educational resources in Croatian language. So if you ask me, are they used? Yes, but not in the manner that we wanted to be used. We spend a lot of money on it. So the idea, when we're talking about learning analytics and some kind of recommendation system that we would like to upgrade our Delta system, is okay, now we have a place where we can actually combine teaching goals, subjects, grades, and a lot of those small objects from digital educational resources. So those could be recommendations for the student, for example, if metrics shows that you, let's say, have 3 or 4, if you want to go higher with your grades, to give you those learning object activities to upgrade you as a student, and also for a teacher to help you to use digital technology in your classroom and show you how is the best way to use it. So this is our idea how to, let's say, upgrade those activities, because we now have tons of digital education resources in Croatian language, something that they wanted to have 10 years ago. Now we have it, no what?
Okay, I think all of you have touched on one thing. I know the answer for most of you, but I'm not sure that the audience is fully aware. We're looking into different data, different level of data, institutions, courses. Professor Domaza said that we have all of the data. Mohammed said you're bleeding data. You're looking into making conclusions from these data. And I will just touch base here because I think it's important, and we debated this last year when you were in the roundtable discussion. All of the countries are different. No matter that we're in the region, we're in Europe, all of the countries are different as far as the ethical issues and the data usage. I mean, Mohammed just said we're deleting all of the stuff. We're still collecting all of the stuff. Not sure we can use it in the sense of actual good quality of the data, but it's there. So I think it's important to address today, and then we'll open up for the questions that you guys have from the point of view of your institution, of your country. It's okay, the personal view as well, where we are, where you are with the ethical collection and the usage of the data, because it feels like we had this discussion last year, and it's almost like we haven't moved really, as I don't mean us as being present here, but us as a community. I heard from most of you that government is asking us, so we're delivering, but it seems like different levels, different ethical approaches almost. So if you can comment on any of those things, I think we should kind of still address it, because this may be one of the reasons why the progress is still not there that we would all like to see. Anyone would like to go first? I'm just here closest. Mohammed, we delete all your data, so maybe, I think Finland is really interesting as far as the using and not using, and the concept of if somebody doesn't want their data, even though it's a teacher, they don't want to use their data. I think it's something good to hear.
So what do you want me to comment on?
The ethical usage of the data from the point of your institution, from the point of Finland. I think Finland is very interesting as compared to other 3 countries here.
Okay, yeah, I think every country is interesting, and every country has their own peculiarities. Getting back to this, and even within Finland, we have different variations of what every university does. And that probably was one of the reasons that we couldn't get that trans-Finland policy that governed everyone. Why we delete the data? It's not really because the data is bad or they don't want to use the data. It's that they had this years before that the data was important, years before the hard drives and database systems were very efficient, and they still continue in the practice, and they don't know that. I don't know. I had talks with them, and they were very open to storing the data, but they needed many things, and sometimes, yeah. But I think that we really should keep the data. We really should not at all delete the data, and retaining the data, use it or not, of course if it's secure, is something that should always happen, because at least we could at some point of time see how people are changing. For example, Professor Dragon talked a lot about people changing across times, and this generation does this more and this does this more. So having the data is something that is really, really very valuable. We don't use the data, again, for some very practical reason. Our courses may be very small. Our students have very much freedom to choose the courses. So you cannot say that you can find many students who kind of share many courses together. We have lots of diversities around that. And yeah, I think so far what I do myself is that I collect my own data through my own systems. So I bypass the system. But this is something we don't say. Also, our head of department knows, but he doesn't say.
We're being streamed.
Pardon me?
We are being streamed.
Yeah, it is what it is.
And recorded.
But anyway, we collect, for example, my students themselves give very, very angry feedback that we use Moodle discussion forums for interaction. I haven't seen any more angry feedback than that. It's so archaic, it's of the past. They want something that they can send a message, get somebody to respond. Moodle refreshes every couple of hours. After they don't get responses, they feel like sitting in the desert talking to themselves. Yeah, and I already published the responses about that. So we shifted to Discord after really intensive analysis, what is the best platform. And in Finland, they really love gaming, and they really love Discord. And when I implemented for the first time, I asked my students, how many of you do not have Discord? And there was silence. Everybody has Discord. 90% have WhatsApp, 40% have Telegram, but Discord 100% of them. And we found that Discord is fantastic. It's open source, it's open access, it's free, it's available on every platform. And now we are trying to get metrics through Discord and make support students through Discord, trying to get data about how students are interacting and sending them kind of notifications, please continue more, please do this more. I also use the analytics in assessment. So at least when the policies of the university or the institutions are not on par with what is happening today, people will always look at alternative solutions and will look at not only me using Discord, it's almost everybody in our group uses Discord now for many reasons. We communicate with the students work in collaboration, or collaborative projects in my course on it, students exchange resources. I offer support. I support my students doing their own assignments, even the final quizzes or assignments, I offer them support and such things. So I offer all of this through Discord and get the data or what Discord tells me about my students and support them around it. And as I said, since universities are not really moving fast, are not updating their policies and their perspectives and how they should do things, we are moving in completely different directions other than that. And even lectures, I deliver my lecture or links to my lectures through Discord. One year we had summer course, Moodle was updated, and we had to do something. So we used Discord to deliver all the lectures and everything, which is kind of, you teach a course through a little bit WhatsApp plus, I would say.
Is it still consent-based, even though it's on Discord and not on the institution Moodle?
Okay, just say that's on air. Yeah, okay, on record.
On record.
We're really flexible in our university, and we were told that, yeah, you can use Discord, we asked for it. Still, there is no university policy to use or not use, which we use for that reason. But I think the students like it, not very much, but at least they do not hate it very much, which is, and of course I understand. Some of them hate the notification that comes to them a lot. Some of them are not engaged all of the time. Some of them complain. Yes, they send messages and they don't get responses, but that's part of life. Yeah, but at least it's working really much better for me and for the students. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow. hey, forums are there. We have been using forum, nobody's using with students, and we want interactions with students. So we are thinking to integrate Discord as well as a chat in order to have direct communication between students, the teacher, and assistants, and so on. So we'll see. We didn't use yet, but that's what we are planning to use it. And I agree with you that we have to find a way to integrate in real time.
With that generation.
Yes, because they are like that. Personally, I don't use, you will be astonished, social networks. I'm off. I have no account on social network because I have no time to do that, but I see younger generation, they are all the time like that. So we have to adopt, okay, if you want this, not forum, okay, we will use it. So we are a small university, we have to agree about it easily, and we'll do it. So gradually we have to change ourselves according to the needs of students.
Yeah, I really like the idea of a university that the decision making does not take at many levels, like the Metropolitan University. If you, for example, decide to use Discord after some conversation with people here and there, and maybe start next week doing it. In our situation, it might take very long. It might go to the lawyer. It might go to the lawyers, to the ethical people, to I don't know, consultants here and there. Yeah, bureaucracy. Yeah, so that's an advantage that you can start things easier. And I was working in my previous university, and I was leading the group of learning and such, and it was something that we talk, we decide. For example, we need to make some virtual microscopy system, we do things, yeah, we can include it in pathology, we ask pathology people, histology people, and we have some conversation. How can we do it? It's not really very fast, 3 or 6 months, we are having something and we can deliver it, and we test it and we go with it. So yeah, I'm envying them.
Well, you're more than welcome to join us here on your sabbatical.
Thank you.
Okay. Sometimes we ask ourselves, okay, when we create our applications and services, it's protocol to have a and accessibility test.
Yeah.
So why is not the protocol to have an ethical issue test? I think it's by the law now here. So we in Croatia we do have a lot of recommendations and guidelines and laws that you actually have to follow in order to get green light for this. Okay. So now we are trying to put those activities of ethical protocols for services and application also. Here we are in planning one project. It's called BRAIN, where we are going to create those smart recommendations based on the data that we have in current data system. So yeah, this is the first time that we actually have this ethical, I'll just say, a lot of people that will build this, I'm not sure if I know in English.
Authority body.
Okay, ethical authority body that will be actually responsible for each and every step of this system development. And so I think it's very important to embrace it at the beginning of the development. So we will see how it goes.
Thank you.
I think this is a very complicated issue because all of us know that data is an asset. It's so important for the institution, but not only for the education institutions, but for third parties that use the data through the systems to deploy your institution. Yeah, and sometimes you never know what's happening with big data. And when you use that for a research proposal, or you have your own ethics and you try to make your own the best you can, but if not, no, especially for the people that have to give you the data because they feel that they don't know what to do with the data and feel that the privacy is not correct. To solve that, we have law, The new laws in every country in Europe say you have to protect the data. And university receive the commitment of the law and have to implement it in a very complicated ecosystem. Then they try to do the best, but with the obsolete organization or structures. For example, in my university, the people that have to approve an ethical use of the data comes from the medical world. Then all of the treatment you ask feel like a human-based data, and it's not enough. And perhaps you apply for a project, you need an approval of the use of the ethical use of the data, and you stay 3, 4, 5 months making an application, reviewing a paper, making another application. Yeah, it's stupid. At the same level, or at the decision maker level, you manage a lot of data, and perhaps if we receive an audit as institution, we don't fulfill the law, because there are many systems, there are many situations, and as I said before, we have not a real culture of managing data. We have a problem. It's very complicated, we have to solve, but we try to put an ad hoc solution for an ad hoc problem, but perhaps we have not a overall real solution. And when we have, or we try to find a suitable solution, perhaps we feel or we find that the evolution of the technology is go faster. And perhaps you solve a problem or the technology of a couple of months, years, or something like that, and you have using the most recent technology that has another problem. Then it's like, well, it's like an spiral that is never ending. For example, your universities can make control all, and you say, I want to use this code. But this code is not in the ecosystem of the knowledge of the university. But that you are using this code because it is fancy for the students, but it's against the institution. Perhaps the institution never knows that you use this code or something like that, but if you say and ask permission, perhaps you say, no, it's impossible, don't do that. Then it's a very complicated situation.
I'm listening and seeing as it goes, ethics, keyword, flexibility. But I think you hit a really good point. We are making the policies now. Our generations are making the policies now. And when this new generation comes, they may be having a completely different perception about everything. I will open the questions. I promised Miguel the first question. So
I have 2 different questions, very different.
Very different, okay. Maybe start with one, so we don't.
Okay, the first one is, you know that the European Union is currently defining the AI law in order to apply. In fact, they are beginning to discuss it. And I would like to know 2 things. One, what do you think is essential to be included into this law, especially taking into account the point of view of educational institutions? And the other one is why not to have something similar related with learning analytics. I know not with data, we have regulations about data, but not with learning analytics, some kind of guides, some kind of things that you can do and things that you cannot do. Okay. That is related with law. And the other probably is related with cheating. What I mean is, in the AI context, students are going to use GPT or whatever in order to provide solutions. In fact, my students have done it. Just last year, I had a very curious situation. They provide me some deliveries, and I use an anti-plagiarism system in order to check if they are using the code of other or not. And I check it, and well, a group has no plagiarism, but I check it with the previous year, and I have seen some kind of similarity. So I asked them, because I asked them, what have you done? Why have you something so similar to this person that was a previous year student? And they told me, no, we have not. And we didn't know this person. And I believed them. And I told them, how have you done this? And they told me, by using ChatGPT. So sometimes they are unaware that they are cheating, or they are doing something wrong because they are looking into the internet, and this is kind of
Cool.
yeah, or allowed. So the thing is, how can we teach the students that they can use artificial intelligence, but where are the legal limits, or the legal limits, I mean the point in which we can control if something is correct or not, if they can use a resource that is foolish on the internet or not, where to put the limits.
Which one should we go with first?
I think the law one,
The law.
that is more near the
Well, the question is,
yeah.
who is familiar with the movement of AI law? Maybe you, the closest one.
Too many things. Yeah. Well, I think in the first questions, European Union concerns is clear ethical privacy. This is the reason why an entity like European Union is trying to put some guidelines or some recommendations that perhaps may be transferred in the way of law in the countries. We have a real problem with the uses of the AI. Then perhaps the reason. Perhaps if you have this framework, it's easy to transfer to analytics. Because I think the problems are the same. The problem with learning analytics is the ethical use of the changing. We have to change our mind about change. Because they use ChatGPT just in order to make an exercise. It doesn't matter if it's similar to the SGR or the ChatGPT or it doesn't matter. The real outcome or the real situation is the students has learned or not. Then if the students has learned using ChatGPT, it doesn't matter. Because if they found the solution in a book, if the solution is good, if the solution is in ChatGPT is not good, if they copy paste it from the book and they learn nothing true, or I think we have to change perhaps our perception of the learning outcome. Our tradition is the learning outcome is the final product. I say the final product, the final product is okay, then you have learned. This is simplifying, this is the idea. Perhaps right now we have to say, well, the final product is here, but I want to know the process. How you learn something in the process? Explain me the process. If you know the process, it doesn't matter. It's okay, because the student will have the competence. When we stayed in the pandemic moment, we did examinations, online examinations. I did software engineering, and I have a part of the exam that is making a model. Then I put the model that I want to receive and give them 1 hour and a half to do the model. And then they have to, in 5 minutes, answer a question face to face by video conference, in order to know if they know what they do, because because I know they use this code just in order to help one each other to do their work. But if they learn in a collaborative way, why not? If finally they can answer the reason why the model is done this or is good or not good, or that you have a foreigner and explain me what is your, it's okay. Then perhaps we have to change our perception. And it depends also in the specific area. Perhaps it's not the same talk about computer science that talk about history. I don't know, but I think we have a very pressure in the way we have learned and we have teach over the years, and perhaps these new kind of tools invite us to innovate. That's to put the focus on the learning. It's my opinion.
Thank you. I think we're changing our perception, but the big question is, if they don't learn, it's okay if they learn, right? We don't care how they learn, but if they don't learn, is it still our fault for not motivating them, for letting them use possibly
But if you make a question, so just explain me the topics, and say, I can explain, then you have learned.
No, but I'm saying if they haven't learned, then is it our fault for not motivating them or allowing them too much?
Well, I really like the point from when he said we should change our point of view to cheating. I don't myself care at all if my students will use ChatGPT. I don't think they will ever get anything from it, because my questions or my assignments cannot be solved by ChatGPT, and they're really very simple and straightforward, nothing really complicated. I ask my students, for example, to be critical about the usage of learning theory in this learning analytics problem, and ChatGPT cannot get to that level. And that's what I want from my students. I also do not really care much about my students looking into something, because I myself give them support to solve the assignments, because, as also Fran said again, I care about them learning the competency. For example, if I would like them to make a plot or something, my goal is that they learn how to do the plot. With my help during the assignment, before the assignment, it doesn't really matter. I'm not caring much about leveling them or giving the best 10 and the lowest 7 or 5 or 2. I'm just caring that they learn the skill. So I think this, of course, ChatGPT may be a challenge in some things. For example, write an essay about something or this basic question that can be solved by ChatGPT. But what we want our students to do on a critical level or a depth understanding of a topic, or being critical of a topic, is something that ChatGPT at the moment, I don't think it will deliver.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you. One maybe a bit provocative question. Do you think we will have universities in future? Because of all this digital content that is being created and the learning networks? And just a very concrete example, my son, who is now 17, 2 years ago he was playing games. He was playing games a lot, like a gamer. And then he and his friends said, let's create games. And they actually taught themselves how to create games. Now they're creators. They didn't study, they didn't take any course, so it's just Discord, them being connected, and the knowledge they got from the internet. So, is it something content specific? Like, I cannot imagine medicine or law because they're very also state specific. But when we talk about IT and some other fields, do we need universities?
Okay, so I think the question that do we need universities have been asked several times. I myself asked it. And I think it's a really old question. For example, I will mention somebody whom I really like, Steve Jobs, for example. Probably most of us know Steve Jobs. He's the Apple founder. Probably most of the computers that we have now are probably due to his visionary approach that we need personal computers. He dropped out of the university. He studied calligraphy. That's why he brought phones to the computer world. So even 40, 50 years ago, universities did not help Steve Jobs. Mark Zuckerberg is a dropout. Larry Ellison is a dropout. Many people are dropouts, did not actually live in university. So yeah, many people definitely can create and be very creative without universities. So, and many will be, or actually most of these people may be changing our lives altogether, and they will be studied for years in universities. But I will come back a little bit to the MOOCs era, and I've read a lot about MOOCs in journals, in newspapers, in the press, in academia, on every level you could imagine. I'm a really consumer of news, and I have read and heard and even watched the people who made MOOCs and made edX and Coursera, and I would say really with so much confidence that MOOCs have failed. Our universities stopped their funding 3-4 years ago. They were deemed as universities of the future. There will be no more universities. There will be no more formal education. But universities have sustained the test of time for hundreds of years, and whatever we will have, they will sustain. That doesn't also counter the idea that many people can learn outside of the universities, can be creators or changing our lives, and can be the most, but these are the very unique people, maybe creative people. Maybe the universities can work for 80-70% of the people, 90% of them, but we cannot, for example, we cannot say, okay, universities will not work. You get, so both things will work somehow. Yeah, and that's my take on this. You want to comment?
Yes, if I may, if we have time.
Yes, after you, one more question before the lunch gets cold.
Yeah, we're all hungry. I apologize. But I'm going back to what Professor Thomas had said, that do we know Generation Z? Like, I have these twin boys now, they're 17, and they're all saying, them and their friends, and they're from the center of Zagreb and from educated parents, and they're all saying, I don't want to study. So I remember myself their age, I don't remember anyone saying I don't want to study. So this perception of the value of formal education, I never heard it earlier. So it's not only my kids, it's their friends as well, and they don't come from, I don't know, poor social background where you don't value education. Their father and me both have the highest level degree in education. So absolutely not my fault. Or maybe despite of us. But this is new for me, this coming from Generation Z. I don't need faculty, I don't want to study. This voice is new for me.
Okay, I beg to differ again.
This is typical for Z generation.
Just one.
Self-esteem.
I think it's not only about education. I think the new generation have strong choices about everything. They choose their food, they choose their clothes, they choose when to sleep, when to do whatever. And I have 2 daughters, and they are super strong, opinionated. That even my young daughter at 4 changed her language completely. She's Egyptian, knows Arabic, lives in Sweden, but she chose to move to English. She taught herself, she talks in English. The school is really not happy with that. We are not happy with that. And she forces everybody to speak her own language, and that's the generation, and I'm happy with that. But again, as I said, I cannot tell her, for example, to eat healthy food. She's very, I don't know, but we really, it's beyond education. This generation chooses everything. And they do not value the things because we took it for granted from our fathers and parents and mothers that education is important. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to. I do not have the force and power my parents had on me with my daughters. I have almost 1% of it. And I'm losing that 1%.
Thank you for being so positive for all the parents in the room.
I agree with you totally, but I think in the past, parent was the only person that really authority. Yes. Now, for me, I'm scared about that authority that my son has now. I don't want some authority that influence on him, because the world is now online. He can see everything he wants online, and sometimes he chooses not such a bright thing as authority. You know, maybe it's our role just to put him in mind that you have I know that you have to choose your authority, but choose wisely. Okay, so I totally agree with you when you said you didn't have control over nothing.
It's starting to sound like a parent support group. One more question, please.
Stop crying.
Not about parenting.
I think that one of the major challenges in the application of ID education today is the interpretability of the models. Interpretability and explainability of the models.
The microphone is not working, I
Is that
think.
working?
Oh, it's working, they don't hear you. They
Better
hear
now?
here, they don't hear
Yeah,
there.
now it works.
I see interpretability or explainability of models as one of the biggest challenges in application of artificial intelligence in education today. What are your thoughts? How far or how close are we to the interpretable? I'm not being.
Should I repeat?
I can, yeah.
Should we give it to Professor Penalo? He's the AI talk first, and then to you, Mohammed. Is that okay?
I think this is a challenge, a real challenge. This is one of the current open research line in artificial intelligence, making explainable. Because one of the problems we have with artificial intelligence is like a black box. You have the enter, you have the output, but you don't know what's happening inside. You have a very complex system, deep learning system with thousands of neurons. You have not the knowledge to know, yes, this input will be this output. Then making this black box like a gray white box is the challenge. Then, as I explained in the keynote, there are many kinds of artificial intelligence. There is a new branch that perhaps is not an isolated branch, that is a very related approach with all the branches, that is with the output we need to generate also the process, just in order to explain what's happening. And this is a very promising research line right now. And I think if we believe in these ethical frameworks of the European Union, and we believe in an ethical and safe space for using in a massive way artificial intelligence application in education, we have to ensure these methods, because otherwise we do the same that are doing this kind of companies that give us the last very best application, but we don't know what's happening with our data, with our interaction, with our privacy. And this is a challenge. This is a commitment of the research community.
Yeah, these days I'm writing a big grant application that I've been working with for 6 months about AI and explainability. So try to also talk, at least I talked to at least 7 experts and 3 platform developers who develop platforms for AI explainability. And I can say that there is really meaningful progress. So most of the algorithms that exist now, you can throw another algorithms to it to kind of try to understand the explainability. So AI explainable, yes, somehow, at least some models are explainable, the non-explainable ones, you still can get some explainable visualizations from them. You can also get some of the importance of variables in making these decisions. It's not 100% perfect, but there is really meaningful progress since people, for the last, I don't know how many years, people have been pushing in every way to get explainable AI. Still, the real problem is that how much explainable AI is interpretable, and how much it's valid, and how much it's applicable. because this is something that what I just said. For example, if you find that that this variable predicts something for most of the people, does it apply for me? Does it apply for my daughter? Does it apply for your son? Does it apply for anybody else? Does it apply for everybody? That is still a challenging question. You get what I mean? So we are moving forward, but as we thought before, because AI is not explainable, it's the biggest problem. No, we will discover problems as far as we go forward. So yeah, we are now into a kind of interpretability, meaningfulness of the results stage, and applicability stage, and we'll move forward to future problems, so to say.
My name is, as you may have heard, Neman Zdravkovic. I will be your moderator today for this session 1. We have 4 papers, and the first paper is entitled Fostering STEAM for Inclusive Learning by Miguel Ángel Conde, Francisco Rodriguez Sedano, Jose Gonzalez, and Francisco Jose Garcia Pinhalo. And Miguel will be presenting.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Okay, hello to everyone. I don't know where I come from now, because I come from the University of León and the University of Salamanca at this moment, so it's a very strange situation, but it is what it is. So, well, I'm going to talk here about something that is very important. We used to foster STEAM, we used to improve learning, we used to do very good things, but we used to consider most of the cases the usual or the regular students. And we have students that have very special necessities or have very special features, and we need to take into account that. So I'm trying, or we are trying with this presentation to look for this kind of students and how to foster for them STEM, and how to teach the teachers to use some kind of resources to foster STEM. Once I'm going to check an introduction, something about the RoboSTEAM project, that is in which we are doing this thing. Some of the phases of the project, expected results and conclusions. If we think about our current society, what we aim to achieve is better prepared professionals. Better prepared professionals that have to have some kind of skills, what have been known as 21st century skills. And in order to do this, something that has been really appreciated is the use of STEM disciplines. STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, are very important to this, and have been shown to be a good tool, a good idea in order to promote this kind of 21st century skills disciplines. However, are we all learning at the same pace? Are we all learning, or do we have all of us the same requirements while learning? No, but especially there are some kind of collectives that need to be considered. People with disabilities, for instance. And these people for disabilities, something that I can use with a regular student cannot always be used in the same way with them. If we consider disabilities, we can talk about several types of disabilities. And most of them, well, later I will comment something about this, most of them have some things in common when we talk about the STEAM. First of all, the low expectations they and some of the teachers have about their development in a STEAM context. Also, the inaccessibility in some of the curricula of this kind of discipline. Sometimes it's very difficult to integrate them or to use the same curriculum as we have in other fields. And finally, the teacher's inability to fully support the use of some kind of resources in order to really include this kind of collective. Well, in the past, we were developing a project that was called RoboSTEAM. It was based on the use of robotics and active learning methodologies to foster STEAM. It works properly, it ends around 2020. And in this project, we found a a gap into fostering STEAM. We were finding things related to fostering STEAM, but for regular students, not considering this kind of collective. So it is not the same to use robotics with children that has a problem, and they can be a really helpful and powerful tool to improve their learning, or at least to obtain some kind of competencies that are really appreciated in our, or should be really appreciated in our society, and for the future employability, which is something that we would like to obtain. How can we do this? How can we help to foster STEAM to this kind of collectives? The idea is to adapt. Sometimes in previous conferences we have been commenting about personalized learning environments, about personalizations and things like that, but especially when we are talking about students with disabilities. The personalization is not something optional, it's a must. Okay, so it's something we need to consider, and we need to consider it taking into account things that have worked properly in the past. In this case, we have to find what is known as a Robustin project that today has been published as definitively granted, so we are very happy with that. And the idea that we have with this project is to use robotics and active learning methodologies in order to bridge the gap that we discover related with STEM education for people with disabilities. And which kind of disabilities? Because we can talk about a lot of different types of disabilities. We can have a physical disability, which should be not a problem related with the program or with the curricula, a visual disability or a problem of but some kind of disabilities such as intellectual or developmental disabilities are really, really hard to deal with, especially in the field of education. This kind of disabilities includes things such as intellectual disabilities, but also Down syndrome, Fragile X syndrome, cerebral palsy, attention deficit of the overhyperactivity disorder, autism, fetal alcohol syndrome, and epilepsy, which are very different between them. And each of the students that has this kind of problems or this kind of situations need an special attention. And a special attention that each week, if we want to foster for them STEM, should be done in a way that could really be productive for them. So the main aim of our project is support teaching and learning processes by providing STEM educational professionals for children with intellectual disabilities with methodologies for fostering STEM and facilitated acquisition of computational thinking by using robotics and active learning methodologies. That is, use some of the results that we obtained from Robustin project, but to be applied for these people with disability. In this sense, we have a consortium based on, or from by 4 universities, University of León, University of Salamanca, University of Eastern Finland, and Instituto Politécnico de Bragança. 3 schools, Colegio Internato dos Carvalhos, Colegio Nuestra Señora del Sagrado Corazón. This is a special school, only for people with disabilities. Okay? And Euroed, that is a Romanian school. And also we have a company that is related specifically to projects management, that is Pixel, that is going to be the union, or but to be in the middle, the man in the middle of this kind of consortium. Now these projects are split into work packages. We have one work package for management, of course, and one for dissemination, but we have 3 work packages that are really interesting. One is to adapt resources, methodologies, and tools for this kind of students. So the first is to understand what kind of students we could have, to define a user model in order to adapt our resources to this kind of disabilities, gather resources and adapt resources to later validate the model, and that later could be used in other phases. In work package 3, we have teacher training. We have resources. Now we need to explain the teachers how to use them, how they can use them. So we need to understand, in this case, send teachers needs, show them how to use robotics and learning methodologies to support this kind of training, and co-create content that later could be used in a future for this kind of collectives. Finally, the last one is the definition of a technological ecosystem and a community of practice related with STEM, learning tools, learning contexts, and people with disabilities, students with disabilities. The expected results. First of all, we need to understand which is the situation, how many possible disabilities we have, which are the main features of each disability. In fact, one of the problems is that these disabilities are mixed. Sometimes one student that has one disability has other, and we need to understand how to deal with that. Which kind of requirements they have, which kind of resources can we use? Because, for instance, if I use a robot with a boy or a girl with autism, it is going probably to work properly. But if I use the same robot with a person with hyperactivism, it is not going to be the best solution. So we need to understand this clearly to know what to do, what to use, and how to do it. Later, we need to teach the teachers. We need to prepare the teachers to acquire, of course, the modern skills that are the society is asking us for, and probably we should include here artificial intelligence, as we have been commenting today. But of course, also give them feedback, knowledge about how to deal with people with disabilities. I don't know how it works here in Serbia, but in Spain and in other countries, I think in each country is different. But in some countries, people with disabilities are integrated in the regular classes. So sometimes the students, the teachers need to adapt their classes and their resources to them. In Spain, it's in this way. With some kind of disabilities, we have a special educational centers, but it's not the same in all places. So a good idea is to, okay, we are going to teach all the teachers, independently of where they are, about how to use these resources, so they can later use it with the students that really need it. Okay. Finally, the idea of creating a community of practice is something quite ambitious, but it's something that really could support the sustainability of the project after it ends. The idea is to create something where people can go to look for resources, talk with others, collaborate with others, tell them what is happening, what is not happening. And in this case, it should be connected with contents, repositories, with learning management systems, with educational institution systems. I don't know if to say systems. So we can look for define knowledge, collective intelligence, practice, things like that. It could be more or less interesting. So this is what we are doing. Well, sorry, this is what we are going to do, because we are starting today, in fact, well, maybe next week. But the idea is to work with some people that are, it's going to be challenging for us, because I have not been working with disabled students before, and it should be different, but also amazing, I think. So it's something we need to do. In addition, we need to be flexible. If we are not flexible with this kind of solutions, what we are going to do is only going to work for something, and that's not the idea. The idea is to be flexible. We have a lot of technologies, a lot of tools that could be used to learn. We have a lot of tools that could be used to foster STEM, but what we need now is not just that, is to use this kind of elements to support some kind of collective that should be included into learning, and that should also have the opportunity to be well prepared for our society by using STEM. And that's all. I don't know if my time is more or less okay. Or if you have any questions, I'm open to it.
Are there any questions for Miguel?
Yes.
So yes, have it.
No, hit me.
Yeah, it's okay. I think there's not a lot of us.
For the STEM.
Sorry. I don't know if it's a question, it's more of a comment since you're really just starting. But do you have any sense how you will collect all this information? I mean, you put a lot of disabilities over there. Our students, quite a few years back, it's probably old knowledge by now. They collected a lot of work from psychologists, of how they perceive certain images, and then they developed the software to be more concrete. They used, instead of using a check mark or a cross, which apparently disturbed the kids with autism, they show expression with like a slight smile, or I don't know what it was, but it was drawn from the research done by people from psychology, I believe actually in Greece. So, do you have any sense how you're going to collect all of the data? Because it's going to be too much for you just to do it on your own.
Of course, at the beginning of the project, we have to understand, as I have said, the kind of disabilities that we are going to deal with, and we have two ways in which to address this. One is to do a systematic literature review in order to see what has been done and which kind of disabilities and features of these disabilities regarding learning, and that's one part. But also we are involving special schools, special educational needs schools, and also other kind of schools to which we are going to task. In fact, I haven't said, but we are involving a network. I don't know if it's around 40 associate partners that are different schools and associations related with disabled students. So we are going to look for the literature, but also to involve people that are really working on this field and working with this kind of students.
Okay, my question. This is really a very ambitious project, and I've been watching and seeing robotics taught in our university all the time. And I actually also, when my daughters were in Finland, I enrolled them in the project, and they were really very happy and enjoyed the robotics. But I also seen several opportunities where we were approached by students who wanted to make robotics project, and they were told, there's not much going on. I mean, where do you see the route forward between something that is not hyped anymore and something that people can really benefit from? What is that you are? What is your points of departure of what is happening now that you are achieving in the project? Okay.
If we focus on the part of related with robotics,
the part of what?
Of robotics.
Yes.
Robotics in education, especially for people with disabilities, have been tested as very successful. Okay. So what we are trying to do is to show these teachers how to use these robots for this paper, because there are a lot of experiences in several universities showing that, for instance, with people with cerebral brain or with people with autism, a social robot could be one of the best tools to use. Not because of the hype or of the love for technology of the boys, because they can interact with them, or they interact with them in a different way. It has been so. So we are going to take this into account in order to develop our teaching or our approach, because for instance, for some teachers, they are not going to use a robot, first for the price, and second because they don't know how to use it. So I think this can be solved, both of these issues can be solved. So especially the second one, if I can provide you with a robot, and I know that the robot could be useful for this kind of disabilities, maybe the important thing is that you know how to use it. So that's what we would like to do, and how we can, or how we would like to approach the use of robotics in this kind of field.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. One more question? No? Okay. Thank you again.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jana Oreški and I come from Croatia, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Organization and Informatics, where I teach courses which are related to machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data science. Here I have a privilege to present the paper entitled Student Modeling with Clustering, Comparative Analysis of Case Studies in 2 higher educational institutions from different countries. And as the moderator already said, the paper is written with 3 professors from the Belgrade Metropolitan University, Professor Emilija Kisić, Jovana Jović, and Miroslava Raspopović-Nikolić. Here is the brief agenda of today's talk. Basically, through the presentation, I will try to answer 3 questions. First one is what was our motivation and why we consider this topic valuable to research. Second one is how did we perform research, and here I will briefly explain research methodology. And in the third part I will answer the question what we got as the results. So, introduction, a few sentences about the motivation. This year, the European Commission has identified several future trends in education, and one of the trends refers to the personalization in learning. Such personalization requires shift from traditional models to models which are student-specific, which are monitoring student-specific progress. In order to step forward to achieve this goal, we have used artificial intelligence for personalized learning in order to identify a level of student knowledge through student modeling, and based on that, we want to make some recommendations for learning content which would help students to make a progress. In order to do so, we have employed data from two educational institutions from two different countries, and we have used clustering analysis to perform student modeling, which will serve us as recommendation for learning content. The goal of our study was to analyze the data, to compare our results, and based on the results, to have some kind of conclusions which will serve us in lesson design for the future, so we could gain more accurate recommendations and better tracking of student progress. When we tried to achieve the goal, we have faced several research challenges. One of the challenges was that we are using two different learning management systems at our institutions, and those systems have very different features. So idea of integration of the data from two different learning management systems showed to be very challenging. There were lots of work in data preparation, so how to structure data, how to prepare, and how to transform raw data from learning management system in order to get structured data, which would serve us as input in some kind of models development. And our question was, how can we structure and prepare the data to integrate it in somewhere in the future, and what characteristics should have the data that would be of high quality and which could serve us as a basis for good learning design. So, a few words about the methodology. As I said, we have performed analysis based on data from two higher educational institutions. One was Belgrade Metropolitan University from Faculty of Information Technology from Serbia, and second one was Faculty of Organization and Informatics, University of Zagreb in Croatia. From each of the institutions, we have chose one course which had a similar lesson design, not the same, but a similar one. And similar features were chosen from the data from both institutions. Our focus was on data analysis and of tracking of student progress, and we have performed clustering analysis on two data sets. Here you can see the lesson design for both courses. I will point out some similarities and some differences. Our focus was on lessons on both courses. So we had course district structures and course informatics. On both courses, lessons were used at learning management system. However, the lessons at LUMS and the lessons at Moodle are different. At the LUMS, which was used at the Metropolitan University, lessons were in the format of learning objects, whereas at the Moodle, which was used at the University of Zagreb, lessons are in the format of multiple resources. Each lesson at the course district structures consists of 5 to 10 learning objects, whereas, and there were 15 lessons at the course. At the course informatics, we had 32 lessons, which differ in the number of resources and in the number of pages from which they consisted of. On both courses, we had tests. Some were obligatory, some were mandatory, which were mapped to the topics that were covered by lessons. What is very important to note, and shown to be very important in our analysis, that at the course discrete structures, there were tests and homeworks which were mapped to the specific learning object at the lessons. At the informatics course at the University of Zagreb, we had tests which were mapped at the level of lesson. And also here you can see the number of students which were involved at the courses and in our data analysis. Discrete structures were taught online during the COVID-19 pandemic. And course informatics was taught as hybrid, which means that lectures and labs were physically at the faculty. And beside that, we have used learning management system where students had all the materials and all the lectures were covered by lessons which were at the Moodle learning management system. Here you can see lesson design for the course discrete structures. So as already mentioned, lessons consisted of learning objects, and homework assignments and tests were mapped to the specific learning object here. Each section of the test is mapped to certain learning objects, and there were 3 graded tests, each with 5 sections. Here is the lesson design at the University of Zagreb. So each lecture, which was held at the faculty, was covered with 3 lessons at the Moodle, and for each 3 lessons, students had option to take tests, which were not obligatory. They were mandatory, however, that was graded just as information for the students to identify their level of knowledge. However, that points were not part of the grade at the end. However, we had a different kind of test, which is called flash test, which covered 6 lessons from the model, and that flash test was actually part of the final grade. Here is just a brief overview of one of the lessons. As you can see, or not, that each lesson is mapped with a test which students could solve at the beginning or at the end of the lesson, and here are parts of the lesson. Here is just plain text, however there are video materials, pictures, PDFs, PowerPoint presentations, and so on. At the end, when we have extracted and prepared the data, here are the features that were part of the analysis. So there were 4 features at the Metropolitan data. Those were test points, homework points, assessment points, and time spent on each learning object. And in the case of University of Zagreb data, we had information about number of logs that each student had gone to the lesson in the terms of how much times each student had started the lesson, completed the lesson, continued the lesson, restarted it, or reviewed the lesson. And we had the points from 2 tests. One was self-assessment tests, which were not mandatory, and flash tests, which were mandatory for the students. So what were our results? In both cases, 3 groups of students showed to be optimal and providing us with the best results. And here is the visualization of the results for the data from a month. And we can see that based on these 3 groups, it is possible to recommend specific student a learning object that they should revisit. We named those 3 groups very active learners, moderate active learners, and passive learners. On this slide, you can see comparison of distributions of students in each of the group, and I hope you can see that there are very different results. So in the case of Metropolitan data, the group of students which are very active learners is the biggest group here, consisting of 45% of the students, whereas in case of University of Zagreb data, there are 30% of that data. Even bigger difference is in the second cluster, which are moderate active learners. That's group of 40% of the students in the case of first data analysis, whereas there are only 14% in the case of University of Zagreb data. The biggest group in case of University of Zagreb data is our bad or passive learners, with more than 50% of such students. We have discussed it, and actually we were not surprised so much by the results. I will say why in the conclusion. Furthermore, we have performed feature importance to see which of the features that we have used contributes to the discrimination of those groups. And in both cases, the test results show to be important. However, in the first case, and for me it is very interesting to emphasize that, self-assessment tests, which were not obligatory and students didn't have to do it, shown to be the feature that discriminates between the groups the best. And also test points were the most important at the Metropolitan data analysis. In the first case, also information about how many times students started the lesson also shown to be important. When we take a look at number of logs from the Moodle data, we saw that we can identify some kind of temporal nature of data because there were increased activity at the beginning of the semester in the terms that students had higher number of logs at the lessons at the beginning of the semester, and that decreased in the middle of semester till the one point when they had a midterm exam, which was obligatory and very important part of the grade, when the results were very low, and then after that the number of logs to the lesson started to increase again. So, to conclude, as I mentioned, different cluster distributions were somehow expected because there were a very different lesson granularity among the institutions. And our general conclusion is that lessons should be designed in a manner that one lesson is divided into the several sections, because bigger lesson granularity leads to more precise recommendations. Also, our recommendation is that future lesson design should incorporate elements that will allow collecting more diverse features in order to integrate the data from the both institutions successfully. So we see the need of data about how many times students assess the lessons, did they complete this, the lesson, did they complete each of the section from the lessons. So in that spirit of data diversity, which besides tests and homeworks, which should be mapped to the specific parts of the lessons, some other data also should be collected, such as submission files if we have homeworks which are mapped to the lessons. Also, breakpoints should be placed as often as possible in order to better track student progress. And the Metropolitan data, a lack of analyzed dataset is that student progress was not recorded in the real time from week to week, and historical data set was not a real reflection of student progress. And what we see as a major drawback of the University of Zagreb data is that test questions were not mapped to the specific parts of lessons, but just test was mapped on the lesson. So the degree of granularity is mandatory here in order to obtain more quality data set. In the future work, we will try to implement our recommendations in order to redesign our lessons based on our results to get the data of higher quality and to integrate it and then compare results again. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Diana. Are there any questions? Once, twice? Okay, I have a question because it's mandatory. Oh,
You have a question?
I just wanted to
of
ask,
course, Professor.
just to clarify, because as I noticed, you mentioned the bigger lesson provides more detail assessments or something like that. I don't see the slide. So
Maybe that one? No?
no.
Conclusion.
Conclusion?
Well, the third one, the bigger lesson granularity leads to more precise recommendations. I'm not understanding this. Why bigger lesson is granularity? That means big lesson provide precise recommendations, because when we separate the big lesson to smaller objects, our understanding is that we have more precise recommendations because we can really point out which object is the making problems. But here, as it's written, I understand just opposite. So the granularity is big, and we provide precise recommendations. Why?
Right now, they have lessons that is one Word document,
Yeah.
and we have learning objects. So what she's saying in the slide, or what we are saying in the slide, is our approach with learning objects is giving us more flexibility. Because right now, in the case of Zagreb, they cannot point to the certain part of the lesson because it's all in one chunk.
Yeah, but that is not precise. Then. But
Bigger
here is
lesson
written that
granularity.
bigger lesson is more precise.
No, it's not the lesson that is bigger. We want bigger granularity in the lesson. Lesson granularity should be bigger.
Bigger granularity.
Okay.
It's just the wordplay.
We think on the same thing, just maybe terminology confusion.
Yeah.
We are thinking the same. More learning objects.
Smaller objects.
Yes,
Yes.
that's
Provide more
that is, and that is
precise
bigger granularity means more
Okay.
More
power.
words, more.
Yeah, I also think that we are on the same path.
They think the same, but it's,
Yeah.
Terminology.
Unfortunate choice of terminology from us, maybe.
Any other questions? Well, I have just a quick question. What was the, well, in your opinion, the most challenging parts because of the different features that you got from both institutions?
Our first idea was to integrate the data. But we saw that there are huge differences in the features that we have, and we couldn't do that. So I think the data integration. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, thank you Nemanja for announcing. So this is our together paper. Authors are Miroslava Raspopović-Milić, Nemanja Zraković, and our colleague Miguel and me. In this paper we will talk about our experience with project-based learning approach. That is something that was part of ILEDA project, as Miroslava announced during project announcing. We had a pilot course, Introduction to Programming, Python, where we introduced this way of teaching. Project-based learning is some kind of innovative way of teaching. It is student-centered approach to teaching and learning, and it is based on the solving some real and practical problem through the project, and this paper is part of, as I already said, the ELEDA project, where we implemented this kind of teaching. So the goal of the paper was to analyze the satisfaction of students with this kind of teaching, and also to conclude some benefits and some drawbacks with this kind of teaching, because this was something really totally new to us. We decided to implement this kind of teaching to the course that is mandatory on the first year at Belgrade Metropolitan University. Professors on this course was Professor Nemanja Zrakovic and I, and we had students here in Belgrade and in Niš, and we together implemented this approach on the same course. We were following methodology of project-based learning, and that is to encourage students to work in teams and to solve a real problem that they have through project. We collected our data through LAMS, Learning Activity Management System, and we used data to make conclusions. We combined qualitative and quantitative methods. We used students' breakpoints, individual and group submits and reporting to analyze qualitative data, and we used student surveys to analyze quantitative data. Something short about the course. Our course had 15 lessons. And we decided to implement project-based learning from lesson 7 to lesson 12. We didn't want to implement this way of teaching to the whole course, because these are students at the first year, so we started normally, and then we introduced them this project-based learning. And we did that only for traditional students, because of this course we have traditional and internet students. Of course, we did preparation, as we mentioned, within the ELEDA project. We were in Spain and Finland, and we had trained the teachers, so we learned a lot about project-based learning, and we then implemented our knowledge on this course. Here you can see some example of project-based learning lesson plan. Maybe you don't see it, so letters are not big, but for each week we had learning outcomes of the lesson, learning outcomes of the project for that week, activity type, how we will collect the feedback from the students, and what is the role of the teacher for each week, what will we do, and how we will arrange all these project-based approach. This is just an example. We had this lesson plan for all project-based learning lessons. So at first week, that was 7th week of the course, we had a brainstorming, and we were talking here in the classroom with students. Which topic will they select as the general topic, and we were brainstorming what is something that is very annoying to them that they will like to solve, and so on, and together we came to the general topic that was pollution mitigation. In Serbia we really have that problem, especially during the winter when we can see and smell our air, and that is not good. That is something the students recognize, so they were very interested in this topic, so that was general topic. And after that, we had choice of specific topics. They also proposed these topics. We were just mediators, so we were encouraging them to they propose these topics. So they really did. It was very interesting. That was really good experience about this project-based learning, when you see that students are actively involved, and they really were brainstorming these topics, and they were interesting about air purifiers, how they will measure the pollution. They really had very good ideas. So these are some topics that they chose, and that was, I think, very interesting to them in that stage. After we splitted our students into groups, and after we finished that, we had 24 project-based learning groups. About 4 to 5 students were in one group, and they had 6 weeks. Each week had one small project, but when we put that together, that was the one whole project, just split it into 6 small projects from week to week. So, we performed at the end of the course survey in order to investigate how students are satisfied with this way of teaching. And we had, as you can see, 16 questions. First questions were about general organization of the course, and last questions were about project-based learning. We used standard Likert scale, where 5 is I agree, until 1 is I disagree. And as you can see with these statistics, they were generally satisfied with the course organization, learning materials, communication with the teacher. And about project-based learning, they were partially satisfied. I will talk about that later more. You can see now numbers in front of you. I will explain the reason for these numbers and what was the reason for unsatisfaction and why were they satisfied on the other hand. Beside that, we did correlation coefficient heat map. Here is circle significance, where bigger circles means that that correlation is significant, where P is less than 0.001. And we can say that we got some very logical results when we look at the picture. For example, a correlation between question 5 and question 1, that is course is well organized and the communication with the professor was at a satisfactory level, is very big, 0.72. And for example, correlation between question 9 and question 10, tasks from project-based learning helped me to master the material more easy, is very highly correlated with the PBL tasks were interesting. So we can see that students that were satisfied with PBL, they really were very happy with this approach, and these results, these numbers, they really can show that. We were also curious about one thing more. We wanted to see how our students passed the exam. So we investigated the grades according to the project-based learning groups. And in general, we had a good results. 61.64 students passed the exam, which is really great. And we can see that we really have a good grades. But also, we can see that besides some very good groups where we have really high marks, we have groups where we have 1 or 2 students with very high grade and other grades are lower within the group. And this is very in accordance with their individual reports. I will now show you that. After each week, they reported their individual report, when they were saying how are they satisfied with this approach, what would they improve, and so on. And we categorized our students in 4 groups. First group was, you see that these are the biggest percents for every week, was reporting on individual contribution without stating problem in working with team or anything else. They were satisfied. As you see, group B, they say, stating stronger contribution of individual members. They were complaining that in the group with 5 or 4 students, one was working the most. And this is really in accordance with this distribution of grade, when we really see that some individuals were really better than others. And I suppose that Those are the students who really worked harder, and they were leaders through the whole projects. And they were unsatisfied with that, and I understand them, because they felt that that's not fair, that someone did all the job and others they were marking, and points were to everybody. We had a group C. They did not report on anything. They stated how they will organize their work on or reporting on group effort. And we had a really group D, that was the smallest group. Through each week they reported some problem with the course or material. They were unsatisfied. We selected the responses of the open-ended questions, and we classified them in categories. We really had a lot of these open-ended questions, and it was a huge job to categorize them. And you can see we have really interesting answers. We had very positive impressions. Effective learning, satisfied with the course, great course for beginners, great instructors. That is totally in correlation with numerical statistics that we've got from their answers. And we have negative impressions like dissatisfaction with team members, need more room for creativity in assignments. I suppose that people who work the hardest, those are their impressions. And we have improvement suggestions, more practical work. Some of them suggested that we should remove PBL. Okay. Topic rebalancing. They choose the topics, but okay. These answers really helped us as teachers to have really valid conclusions about this approach. I will now sum up that in my conclusion. After overall analysis, we can say that our students were generally very satisfied with the whole CS 100 course, with materials, with teachers, and with practical knowledge they gained. And about PBL, they were partially satisfied with PBL. Some students thought that tasks could be more interesting and more creative, more practical, and some of them complained about equal engagement of all members in the group. And there is one very important thing to emphasize here. We did this for the students that were on the first year of STARS. So they were pretty immature, if I can say that. This approach is maybe more suitable for students that are third or fourth year, where they are more mature, when they have more practical knowledge. So it is much more easy for teachers to design tasks for them. It was very challenging to design the tasks for first year students. This is mandatory course, and we were talking today about diversity. I totally agree. We knew that from the beginning. Some students came here, they didn't know anything about programming. And some students came here, we gave them the survey on the first class just to see what are we dealing with. And some students told us that they had programming from 6th grade in elementary school. So they really knew a lot. And it was really challenging for us to design these project-based learning tasks to be interesting for everybody. Of course, they had some degrees of freedom, if I can say, to be, some showed that creativity through these tasks, but it was a big challenge for teachers to adjust these tasks to all the students because of diversity. And that was the challenge for the whole course, because we wanted to teach programming to everybody, and some students never saw anything similar before, and some of them came, they were already good programmers. Maybe they didn't know Python syntax, but they knew the logic. So maybe for them, these tasks should be more sophisticated and more complex, and for others, no, it would be too hard for them. So our conclusion is that this way of teaching is very encouraging and motivating to the students. They like that. They like to solve the concrete problem using knowledge they gain on the course, but challenge is to make this task interesting to all the students in the group. And of course, during this whole PBL process, it is very important to track student progress from week to week, to read these individual reports, so we can track their satisfaction from week to week. And some conclusions from the teacher points of view. I was talking so far more or less about their satisfactory. This individual reporting should be guided with certain questions that will dictate the level of communication, individual contribution. Maybe we could give them something to peer assessment, something that will emphasize that some team members are working more than others, and maybe in some future work to do cross-reference between individual reporting in each team, and maybe some automated analysis like sentiment analysis, NLP, that could improve the whole process, and to incorporate more careful assessments of individual and group work throughout the whole semester. So these are some conclusions after this course piloting, and we can say it was challenging, interesting, and we will do this again. Yes, we would. But now with more experience, now we will maybe design something differently. Now we have really much more experience, and I think that we should try this again, but to improve the things that we emphasized here. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia. Are there any questions? Yes, Professor, what was it?
Well, we have a lot of experience using Java programming courses in the year one. And a year ago, we concluded that we avoid projects in the first year, postponed for second, third, and fourth, because they are just first year students, and it's too much demanding to make a project, especially programming. It's not software engineering, but programming, so that home assignments are more appropriate for that, so that they can exercise how to do some small programs, and that's all. But I'm surprised that you use this course for project-based learning. I think it's probably too demanding for students, and as I noticed, that some of them have problems with this. So probably you should reconsider this, not to use project-based learning on bachelor level, first year students, and postpone for second, third, and fourth. And especially to learn language, programming language, you in each lesson you learn just one part of story. So how to make a project when you didn't learn everything that is necessary to really create a software. The project is to develop a program, we can call it the software and so on. So there are not enough knowledge for that. Only those who came already there. And also the second question regarding clustering. I see that you had some survey before starting, and I think it's a good thing. We sometimes want to rely too much on data, but we should also talk to students and see, especially for these first year students, that we don't have any data. We should, before we start lecturing, we should probably have some talk to them, to identify, to classify them, and probably to start with classification with already some data that we collected just talking to them. And later to modify this according to learning data that we analyze and so on. So to use both quantitative and qualitative clustering.
If I may. Okay, thank you. I will answer to both questions. First, we choose this course because Nemanja and I are together teachers on this course, and we together went to the training for project-based learning, so the course was the ideal, so we are both involved in the same course, so we could together design this. That was the reason why we chose this course. And second is that during that training, teachers in Spain and Finland, they told us that in some countries, project-based learning is already implemented in elementary schools and higher schools. So we thought, okay, they did it, of course, they designed that to that level, so we will try this here just for piloting, for gathering results, and of course our conclusion is that they're not mature enough, but students who are, as I said, already very practical with programming, they did these tasks very well. But we designed the tasks, so we didn't give them more to work. These tasks were instead of homework. We didn't want to make them an extra effort because that wouldn't be fair. So we designed these small projects as homework for that week became project for that week. And we designed that, so this week we are doing lists on Python, and for that week they will implement lists on the data they collected for the solving of the project-based learning. So that was the idea, just not to make them difficult, rather to encourage them to be more creative. So some of them said that was great, and some of them didn't, but we expected it. We would be surprised that all of them said, wow, this was great. So it was a good lesson for us and for them. And about the survey, yes, we did the survey after first week because we know the problem. I see now my kids are in elementary school, they have programming very early. My middle kid, she has, I don't know, some kind of informatics from first grade now. Yes, and she's doing PowerPoint, they're making applications, but she's 9 years old. So I see that some students, they came from different schools. Some of them, they had programming from that age in schools, and some of them came from schools where they didn't hear for programming, and we knew that. So that's the reason why we gave them the survey. And very quick, after few weeks, our assistants, they knew all the students by the name. So they knew that some students, when they sit in the classroom during exercises, they are bored. They know everything. So they gave them some extra tasks. We did that just to be interesting for them. And some of them struggled to finish this task because it was too difficult for them. And it is a big challenge, really, not just for project-based learning, for the whole first year that comes to this course, it is very challenging to be interesting for everybody, not too hard for students that see this first time, and not too easy for the students that are already programmers.
That's probably a good reason that you think about implementing leveling of lessons, as we talked on the other day, so that those
Yes.
who are already good in this go deeper in the knowledge, and those who are just beginning, just level one.
Yes, yes, that could be one of the solutions. We will try now. Okay.
Just a small comment.
Thank you. Yes.
I really like longitudinal studies and was so happy seeing how we tracked students across time and how we didn't capture one point and then base judgment on it. So yeah, that's my comment. So thank you for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I see no hands. Thank you very much. Our final talk for this session, the paper is entitled
a proposed methodology for effective Erasmus Plus projects in the realm of e-learning. The paper is written by Maria Goretti Alonso de Castro, and presenting will be Professor Francisco Jose Mesa.
Thank you. Sorry, it's me again. I think you are tired to listen to me.
It's our privilege.
But I will try to be brief. This work is a summary of a PhD thesis that was defended a couple of weeks ago. And the idea is to create a framework or methodology just in order to achieve good practice in Erasmus Plus projects, related with ACT and e-learning. The idea is to show you the research process and the final framework, and give you access to a website that has all the documentation, all the templates, all the results of this PhD thesis. The idea was taking into account the European program about Erasmus+, know what are the factors for success in ICT-related projects in this program. The idea was, we know that we have a lot of Erasmus Plus projects. Erasmus Plus program has several categories, and there are many applications every year to this program, and also the successful ratio of this program is not too much higher, but there are a lot of projects every year. Then, as a subset of this project, receive like final remark that is called good practice. That is a reference for all the future projects. Then the idea was studying this Erasmus Plus project that received this remark, but focus on the projects that are related with learning and ICT. Then we made a selection of this project using a systematic review of the research project. This is a method that gives us the systematically approach to select the best one and make an analysis of these characteristics, and after that make a mixed method approach to know or to have a deeper knowledge about the experience behind this project, taking into account or considering the information that the main researchers of these projects can give us about this experience. The methodology for selecting the projects is the systematic review of research project, is RRP. We have a study definition. It is the context, analysis of European projects that receive the good practice by the European Union. We have to select those that are inside of our inclusion criteria. This is the screening definition that we want to study the project related with e-learning that are good practice and that are related with KA1 and KA2 actions. And so important, these projects must be involved in educational centers, because we want to analyze the improvement of this project in the center. We make the final selection we studied 849 projects. And we make the analysis of a set of that, applying the different instruments, quantitative and qualitative instruments. The instruments for gathering data, we use different tools in order to search in the European Union database of projects, select and transfer the metadata to tools for processing this data. We prepare the quantitative instrument with this structure, with 6 sections. The first one focus on identifying projects with the purpose of contact afterwards with the coordinator for the interview. The section 2 aim to gather the global aspect of the project. Section 3 concerns the students and the ICT tools used in teaching processes. The section 4 focus on collecting information related to the teachers and ICT. Section 5 just to gather aspects related to the use of and the sustainability issues of the project. And the final section related to collect the main conclusions. For the interview, we prepare a structured interview to know to what extent and what way teachers and students were involved, the usefulness of the results, and the relation of this project, or the use of these projects in the pandemic moment. The interview phase was done following this process, sending an email to all the coordinators of the selected projects, with the coordinators that agreed to participate, confirmation of the day and date for to make the interview, preparation the split file with the background information necessary to have the file and information of the project, conducting the interview, and review all the annotation just in order to prepare the qualitative study. After that, with a set of the people that accepted to participate in the interview, we prepare 2 focus groups to go deeper with the information. The 2 focus groups were prepared, one with a project related with school education, and other with the other categories of projects in Erasmus+, higher education, vocational education, and training adults. The results of all the project, we identified more than 10,000 projects. We made the screening and the selection just in order to have these 849 projects. From this initial amount of projects, 187 participated in the survey, and 22 participated in the interview phase. And finally, 13 participated in the focus group. More or less, these are the numbers of the sample of this study. A summary of the key factors for success that were identified in all these projects, all the processes you can see in the paper, and if you go to the website, you can see the data could be summarized in these 5 points. effective collaboration between institutions and stakeholders, attend to real needs of the key stakeholders who are recipients of the educational activities, crafting projects around innovative themes pertinent to both institutions and participants, seamless integration of the project into institutions' everyday teaching practices, good planning of the digital resources to use and how to use them. The framework or the methodology that is proposed after this study presents these 9 steps. Throughout analysis of institutional needs, initial assessment of the structuring context, identification of compatible partners of stakeholders, project design, milestone, objectives, activities, and responsible parties, timely project development with adaptability as necessary, comprehensive dissemination across all states, ongoing evaluation to enable process adjustment during the implementation, integration of projects into institutional daily operation, and concluding evaluation. This is a frame just in order to prepare the proposal, but after all, to develop the project just in order to achieve, or try to achieve, the best practice award, but not for the awards, because if you try to do that, you are able to be success in your project. As I mentioned before, you can visit this website that gathers all the information, during the 3-4 years that this thesis has been developed. And this is the real author of this study, Maria Goretti. I'm only the supervisor of the thesis. Then, if you have any questions, I will try to answer.
Are there any questions?
Thank you. So the framework you show at the end, that what I didn't understand, did they come from the survey analysis? Because it almost feels like, when you're reading the guidelines, what they're asking us to do, be innovative, distribute evenly, I don't know, make sure you have dissemination. So it almost feels like if it's from the survey, like they almost gave generic answers to, this is what is expected from us, so we need to keep all the, check.
The idea is this framework is the result of all of these interviews, all of these focus group, the survey, also to know the program guidelines, and also with experience of project management of many projects. Then this is more or less the idea that you have to have in mind just in order to write a good proposal, because here we have the key element for success. Then we try to put these elements in this framework. For example, effective collaboration between institutions and stakeholders. Then we have a part that put the focus on select the partnership. All of us that we are involved in the definition of projects, we know the importance of the consortium, but sometimes we make a consortium perhaps thinking in our contacts or the network we have, instead of thinking in the place or in the center or the context where we apply. Perhaps we can have we have to identify both the partnership but also the associated partners, just in order to introduce these the different stakeholders that are related with the project. So important also the real needs of the stakeholders. For this reason, it's so important this make an initial analysis of the institution, because always, other times, all of us prepare proposals related with an idea or related with the mainstreaming of the year. This year is ChatGPT. This year I know that we will have lots and lots of projects that are related with ChatGPT or artificial intelligence. Then it's important to know what was important for the institutions. Or innovative things, what is important here, just in order to know to define this project design, or the integration of the project, and then it's important here. If we have the centers that are related or are involved in receiving this project, we have to integrate in the daily day, in the daily time of the project. Then all of this is the summary of all of this information that is not because we read the guidelines. No, this is the experience we receive from this project, from the coordinators of these projects related with, or that they receive this special mention of the European Union.
Thank you. Okay, welcome to our last session for today, conference day. I can say that we have saved no less interesting topics for the last session of first day of our conference. Our first presentation in this session will be a paper entitled Digital Transformation in Higher Education, a Focus on Croatia. Authors of this paper are Klara Bilić-Meštrić, Mojca Makovac, Jasminka Marović, and Renata Ivanković. Klara will present this paper.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for still being here. It's been a long day. Thank you for all interesting presentations we've heard so far. So I'm going to tell you something about the current project that our agency is conducting. So this is the contents of my presentation. I'm going to say a few words about the agency I work for. I will tell you something about the project within which research is conducted. A couple of words about the objectives of the study. I will present discussion and conclude the presentation. So just a couple of words about Croatian Academic and Research Network. So it was established in 1991, and it was the first and only provider of internet services in Croatia. We still are the provider of HR domain for the whole country. We work directly under the Ministry of Science and Education. We provide more than 70 different services, and altogether we have around 200 employees in 8 Croatian cities. Our beneficiaries include primary and secondary schools, science and higher education institutions, ministries, hospitals, and all other public institutions. As far as security, cybersecurity is concerned, we actually cover all citizens in that segment. So it's interesting, like a curiosity for our company, our agency, when you go to this department, it's called CERT, National CERT. I think this is a general name in all other agencies across the world. There are similar agencies everywhere in the world, this is like entering a CIA or FBI department. Nobody can enter there. You need to have special authorities to guarantee your entrance, etc. So we have that department as well. So just a couple of words about the project in universities. It is worth 84 million euro. It started last year. It's going to last until 2025. And our project partners are University of Zagreb, University Computing Center, Agency for Science and Higher Education, and National University Library. It is financed from the National Recovery and Resilience Plan of European Union from 21 to 26, and the general plan is to equip 90% of public universities with digital infrastructure. So this is from the web page, and this is like the basic idea of the project. So the aim is digital transformation of higher education in the Republic of Croatia. We want to improve digital infrastructure, introduce digital teaching tools, and strengthen digital competences of teachers for teaching in digital environment. Currently, we are actually in the phase where we are analyzing all the networks, internet networks in Croatian higher education institutions. So far, they visited 106 locations. They need to build a new architecture of the network. We are also currently doing public procurement for multimedia platform Medusa, where the teachers from higher institutions can store data, the storage place, which all they lack actually. And we are piloting the video conferencing studios. There are 20 institutions that applied for this piloting phase, and we want to see, as far as equipment is concerned, how well this works. So we're going to pilot it for a year, and based on this, we are going to direct the project for the later part. And a couple of words about the research context and the background. We had this big project, which is e-schools, which is finishing this year. Alexander has already mentioned it this morning. This was like a systematic digital transformation of all primary and secondary education in Croatia. And as results have shown, this systematic support and systematic transformation can play a huge part. So all schools have been equipped, digital competences of all schools have risen significantly, and also the digital maturity of schools, the concept which was developed with the Faculty of Informatics from University of Zagreb. And it had been developed beforehand, but in this context it was applied to school settings. And it actually has shown, they have also developed a framework to analyze digital maturity. And they have shown, the data has shown that digital maturity at institutional level has risen significantly. This concept covers digital management, teaching and learning competences, professional development, institutional digital culture, and infrastructure. So 5 important fields within this concept. So in the research that I'm going to present, these themes are equally important and are going to be covered in the research presented today. But one other thing which I wanted to highlight is the importance of communal approach, that is the communities of practice. What we have actually, the insight we have gained is that building communities matters as well. So it's not only top-down and individual approach, but also communal approach. So at the beginning of this program, we had a pilot phase where we had 100 schools which applied for the pilot project. And these schools turned out to be a very important player for the whole project. They were flagship schools, which actually then inspired all other schools to implement the framework and to work on their digital maturity. The thing is, when you work with a smaller amount of institutions, smaller amount of individuals, then you can build these communities and work directly with them. So it's not something which is so strictly center, periphery oriented. As for the study I'm going to talk about today, these are the objectives. So we wanted to explore, in the context of higher education, digital technologies in institutional and teaching workflows. We wanted to explore the creation of digital teaching materials and their importance. Also, we wanted to see and hear about the infrastructure that exists in higher education institutions. And also we discussed digital competences of our users. So, as far as methodology is concerned, I must highlight that this is a very, very small study, which is a part of a broader needs analysis study. And this is a study with which we started the whole needs analysis. So, I'm going to present data from semi-structured interviews, but there was also a quantitative study, and there were also focus groups. We actually visited all major universities and had focus groups with 3 different groups, with management staff, teaching staff, and IT support staff. But today here, this is just from the interviews at the very beginning. But this gave us direction in which way to go. So the protocol encompassed the 4 teams I have mentioned already, and the sample was 25 online interviews, so it's not actually a sample because this is qualitative data. It actually showed us what exists, not in what proportions of the phenomena that we explored. We were focused on diverse scientific fields. We also included interdisciplinary and artistic disciplines. And the pool of our respondents came from educational and management staff from 4 biggest Croatian universities, Osijek, Zagreb, Rijeka, and Zadar. So actually, by this we believe that we got some sort of insight into the various academic and administrative domains. And the data now with discussion together. So when we discussed support that they needed and also equipment that is needed regarding the digitalization of education, what we noticed is that the practices vary a lot. So they use various diverse platforms and learning management systems. And unlike schools, which were actually quite strictly regulated which platforms to use, because of the university's autonomy, this is not the case. So it's quite diverse what they use. And also applications and services they use differ a lot. And it also shows that there is a need for a systematic central approach to cater for their needs. Then, as far as equipment is concerned, there is, on the whole, a general lack of high-quality equipment, especially for hybrid teaching, which is now quite popular after Corona. So that's something that they lack a lot. As far as technical support, IT support is concerned, this is something also which is not present among faculties, and it's something that needs to be built. And there are huge differences. I will talk about differences a bit later, but most of them do not have highly developed IT support system. Also, multimedia support is lacking. And one thing that is also shown as a problem or a challenge is that there is not enough interdisciplinary networking. When we started piloting, we gathered these 20 institutions, and in the feedbacks we got from them, they told us they actually rarely have an opportunity where they can all sit and share their experiences. So because of the university system, they all operate within their fields, within their disciplines, so this interdisciplinary knowledge sharing is actually something that's lacking. And they also mentioned the problem with the netiquette, the digital culture, and after Corona, some of them mentioned in the interviews the problem with the burnout, digital burnout, because of the constant stimuli, digital stimuli, messages, emails, and constant availability. So that's something we got from our research from e-schools as well. We do not have established structured availability of the school staff and here university staff. So that's something that also needs to be regulated, this digital culture. As for educational needs, so we asked them, what do you need? What kind of support do you need? What kind of education would be something that would help you with digitalization of education? And we gave them examples like lecture recording, assistive technology, professional engagement, digital resources materials, methodologies, assessment strategies, empowerment of students, development of students' digital competences. And actually, it was unanimous that they all need support in all these fields. So it didn't turn out that something
is that there is something where they don't need any sort of education, that need supporting all of these things that are listed here. There is also a high demand for creation of highly sophisticated educational material. They also talked about gamification elements which they are lacking, and integrating user interfaces to enhance user experience. They also mentioned that they need pedagogical and methodological skills development that are relevant to digital technology integration. When we asked them what kind of format would you like to have if we organize this education for you, so which format would be the most preferable for you? And they all said that wanted to be short, targeted, tailor-made, not something too general, and that it should last more than 45 minutes. They also talked about the time when they're available, and that actually some of them suggested this should be even Saturday because they don't have time during the week, so which can actually turn to be problematic for all of us. They also said that they don't want theory, they want project-based learning. As we heard these examples from your presentation, the older they get, more versed they are to this approach, and actually that some of the teachers mentioned that they would like to have this sort of education. And they want to for it to be as practical as possible, hands-on, so no theory. We asked them about lectures recording. One of the purposes of this project is to make the universities innovative and open and international as far as possible. And if you look at big universities, which are renowned, well known, they do record lectures. They are open to everyone, and that's something which we cannot find in Croatia, or hardly anyone is doing this. They all said they don't do it. They rarely do it. They would like to do it, but they need some comprehensive recording standards. Some of them mentioned, like, give us the IKEA manual, that we have it very simple how to do it. They also like equipment for this, so there is a high demand for equipped learning spaces, and as I mentioned, these standardized formats. So they actually want to be taught how to do this properly. Even if they're recording, they're not sharing it because they think it's not of high quality. So that's something where education towards them should go. One other thing that popped up was the question of formal recognition of these competencies. They feel that they are required to develop these skills, digital skills, but there is no formal recognition. So when we talk about career progression in science and higher education, they don't get extra points. I believe many of you who sit here are working in higher education institutions, so I don't know if you, in your system here in Serbia or in Finland or where you're from, if this is credited. But in Croatia, this is still not credited. You don't get extra points for digital skills. There is something very vague in Provost's regulations for career progression, but it's quite unclear whether it brings some points and it can be replaced by something else. So it's very, very peripheral. And it's something where people spend a lot of time on, but it's not valued. So it's good that this agency for higher education and science is our partner, because they are working on this, so we can actually together build a framework how to evaluate and how to recognize development of digital skills in higher education. A huge issue is with assistive technologies. They have no familiarity with assistive technologies. All of them said, I mean, it's only 25, but then quantitative data confirmed this as well. They need extra education in this area. What is interesting, when we ask them, do you have students with special needs? Many of them said, no, we don't have such students, which is a nonsense, because you have universities like the Faculty of Economics, where you have 2,000 students or something. It's impossible that you don't have one student, at least one, but we know there must be more. So that there is not even awareness that these students sit there. But of course there are examples of good practice. So University of Rijeka has disability support offices, and they have a lot of activities which cater for these students. And then also there were questions about impact of technology on learning, on students' learning outcomes. So there were voices which talked about student passivity, about poor reading habits. That's something Professor Thomas had mentioned in the morning. How long they read. They don't like to read very long things, and they're taught to it by new media, TikTok videos, etc. It lasts for 3 minutes. They're used to PowerPoint presentations, so most of them, the teachers said that they don't even read the books, that literature that they need to read for exams, that they just want to have PowerPoint presentations, so it's sort of spoon feeding. There are so many resources that teachers believe they are not used enough. There are also a lot of these ethical concerns about plagiarism, especially regarding online exams. But they also talk about students being fed up with technologies, which is then contradictory due to Corona. So they don't like to have online sessions, hybrid sessions. They want this real contact and to be present in the classroom. So there is this resistance to online learning. And of course, preference to group and collaborative approaches. There is a lot of room for enhancement. So as I have already mentioned, assessment is a big issue, and there is definitely something where we can work on with them how to use technology for assessment. Then there is quite a diverse situation regarding resources accessibility, and accessibility in general is a hot topic that is connected to assistive technologies, so that's something we need to work on as well. Many of them are not familiar with licensing and copyright regarding digital materials. That's something also where there is a room for improvement. As I already mentioned, there is a huge emphasis on creating PowerPoint presentations, but at the same time, PowerPoint is a powerful tool. So even when it's used a lot. It's used at its basic level. It's actually quite underutilized tool, PowerPoint. Again, student passivity, and for hybrid teaching, they would need some comprehensive strategy. These are two case examples, like separate examples, art academies and technical fields. So they're like on the opposite side of the spectrum. Art academies seem to be really underdeveloped regarding the use of digital technologies, which is actually quite sad in the world we live in, because we know today is everything about content creation, and especially these fields could make an impact here. But when we talk to people from art academies, they really lack knowledge in digital skills. So it's old school art, and today art is undergoing major changes due to technology. On the other side of the spectrum, we have technical fields, like Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture, and Faculty of Organization and Informatics, which are quite developed. So we have people, institutions at the opposite side of the spectrum. From technical fields, they've been using LMSs for a very long time, multimedia, using digital resources. So there is a huge disparity. And one of the basic ideas of this project at universities is to bring these people together and to collaborate, because we believe that people from the art academies and similar institutions could learn a lot from these people, and that's something we need today to have both of them highly developed. And short conclusions. So it's obvious that there is an urgent need for digital transformation in our higher education. We could see that there is a strong impact of COVID and existing trends. We need to have these strategic interventions like standardized methodologies, but also subject-specific software solutions. We also see that needs vary across disciplines. We need robust infrastructure for high-quality recordings and hybrid teaching. We need formal recognition of digital competencies for professional advancement. And as I said at the beginning, we need to build communities of practice, to have both top-down, bottom-up, but also, and primarily, constructive communal approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Any question? presentation.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. I think that you in your country and we here have the same issues and we're in the same problem. I have one question. You mentioned these digital competencies. Do you have some training maybe for professors in that manner? Because here generally we don't have something organized. It's always that you will learn that by yourself, or you must learn it because you need it, and we don't have anything organized at the level of the, I don't know, something that supports Ministry of Education, and that is not recognized here, and that is not good. That is the first problem, and second problem is that you mentioned we don't get credit for that.
Yeah, digital competence.
So I'm curious, how is that managed in your country?
Well, so far it has been managed individually by single institutions. So I know FOI, Faculty of Organization Informatics, has this program for digital competences for teachers. Some people from CARNET, our agency, also work on that program, and it's primarily for teachers and head teachers. Our colleague from FOI is here, so you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, you are right.
Okay. And the similar program exists in Osijek, but I think they haven't enrolled anyone this year. But I forgot to mention, and it's good that you asked, within this project universities, we are developing a curriculum and educational program for teachers at higher institutions. And we have a workforce. It's led by actually a dean of FOI, Nina Begicevic-Recep. She's the lead expert for this group. So they are actually developing a curriculum on the basis of which we will develop learning materials, and we are going to give it to whole academic community, and each institution, for free of course, because it's central by the government, financed centrally. So anybody can then use this program and offer it to their teachers and develop competences.
That's great.
Yeah.
Very great.
Thank you. Well, I would just like to add something regarding the situation in Serbia, because I understand all points of view, since I've been teaching in primary school for 15 years and at university for 8 years. And I'm also one of the trainers for digital competencies here in Serbia. So we do have something like that, but for primary and secondary school teachers. Mm-hmm. And I can say that it is very well developed, since it's for the improvement of education. You know, all those institutions for improvement of education have developed a framework for digital competencies. Mm-hmm. So teachers can reach, can have basic or intermediate or proficient level of mm-hmm. digital competencies, and they get accredited, they get points for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a good idea to transfer to the university level, mm-hmm. and also to have it, like for English you need to have C1 or C2 level, so you go to the British Council and then you have that exam. So it can be both in Serbia and Croatia. I believe that higher education institutions can really look up to all those primary and secondary schools, because they have a kind of very well developed system for digital competencies. How much the teachers are competent, that's another question. Okay. But as far as the institutional support, from the part of Ministry of Education is concerned, it is very well developed. So I think you can try to see what they did and maybe to get some ideas from it. Because it's okay. The framework is really okay, and it's really state of the art in this field. Yeah.
If I just may comment this one. So thank you for the information. We'll definitely look it up. But it's very similar in Croatia. In the level of primary and secondary school, this is developed and evaluated. And they're given credits. Yeah. So they collect credits when we offer, in this project in schools, we offer a huge educational program. Alexandra mentioned it earlier, from different e-courses, webinars, and they get points and they get credits, and they can actually go high up their career ladder. But in higher education, this has not been regulated, and definitely something needs to change in this regard.
A kind of initiative.
Yeah, but I think with this project, what we are doing now, which will go in that direction, we have this platform for educational materials, and so far it has been only targeted at primary and secondary school. And now we are also going to target people from higher education, and we are talking to the ministry and the Agency for Higher Education and Science so that they receive credit. Because in order to publish that platform, they need to be reviewed, this content. In their regulations, it says somewhere reviewed high quality digital content. But this is so fuzzy. What is high quality digital content? So we are going to try to sort this out with this editory reviewing process. That you have double-blind peer review, and somebody is going to review your digital content. So they can actually have, it's going to be very strict. So they'll actually have a proof that this is reviewed high quality digital content. So that's one step for the thing.
More questions?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our second presentation in this session will be a paper entitled Defining Quality of Experience in E-Learning, Literature Review, from Professor Athanasia Khilafi and Yanis Nikolaidas from University of Macedonia, Greece, and Nikolaos Misirilis from Han University of Applied Science, Netherlands. Professor Athanasia Khilafi, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Our paper is titled Defining Quality of Experience in E-Learning, a Literature Review. In this research, our purpose was to explore the literature of the last decade in order to determine and clarify the concepts of quality of experience in e-learning. As we all know, e-learning is a necessity in the educational sector, especially after the COVID pandemic. So either it concerns school education, higher education, or vocational education and training, e-learning is an important factor for educating students. There is an increasing interest in making e-learning good, in making e-learning of high quality. So it comes that also the concept of quality in e-learning is important. However, we were very much interested in examining what is quality in e-learning exactly and how it is defined. And especially what is quality of experience in e-learning and how it is defined. So we have two research questions in this research. The first research question is, what is quality of experience in e-learning? According always to the literature of the last decade. And the second research question is quality of experience different from user experience? In order to conduct our research, we followed a conceptual path. Firstly, we examined the concept of quality. More or less, we all know that there are some well-known definitions of the concept of quality. However, many researchers have noted that Quality is not a concept that can be easily and uniquely defined. I will mention one well-known definition of quality. Quality can be defined as the degree to which a product or a service meets or exceeds expectations or requirements of customers. So this is a well-known definition. After examining the concept of quality, we continued with the concept of quality of services, and we examined some well-known definitions of this concept too. We continued to the next concept, that was the concept of quality of e-services. After that, we moved to the concept of quality of e-learning, and finally we reached the main concept of this research, that was the concept of quality of experience in e-learning. So this was the conceptual path that we followed, starting to conduct this research. After that, we conducted our literature review. As we all know, a literature review is a knowledge synthesis. There are many types of reviews. We chose to conduct a scoping review because it was suitable for clarifying concepts, for identifying gaps, and for providing an overview of the existing knowledge on the concepts that we wanted to examine. Our literature review was guided by the very well-known PRISMA 2020 and PRISMA extension for scoping reviews models. Also, we followed some stages as we conducting this review. First of all, we identified our research questions. We identified the relevant publications in a specific database. We selected the publications carefully, we charted the data, and finally we reported the results and our final conclusions. We chose to work in the database of Scopus. We made a Boolean search of the terms quality of experience and e-learning, and also we filtered the results by year range of the last decade, namely 2014 to 2023. Firstly, we had 122 results, but not all of these results were useful to our research, because either they were irrelevant or they didn't mention any definition of the concept. They used the concept, but there was no definition in these studies. So we finally, after screening the papers, we finally included in our review only 16 studies that fulfilled all the criteria. Our findings. Some basic characteristics of the studies that we studied. 62.5% of the studies are published in the last 4 years, meaning that they are very recent, and the rest are from the previous years. Also, the majority are conference papers, meaning that the particular research area is still unexplored, so this is very promising. As we were studying the definitions of quality of experience in e-learning, we also were studying the research topics that were related, topics that were related with the studies, because in our opinion, the research topic also provides a detail of the meaning of quality of experience in learning and how the concept of quality of experience is used in every research. So I will mention briefly some research topics that we spotted. that are related to the field or a subfield of e-learning. Video-based online learning, digital training, language learning, virtual training, mobile learning, and MOOC. These are research topics that we found in the studies and are related to a field or a subfield of e-learning. Also, some research topics that were related to the technology or the content of e-learning are video streaming, machine learning, web service for course selection, virtual reality, gamification, internet-based resources, video conferencing, multimedia, learning styles, and cloud computing. The studies that were included in this literature review were related to these research topics. Other findings from our review are the following. The concept of quality of experience in learning is considered as a measure of satisfaction, a measure of experience, the acceptability of an application or service, the delight or annoyance from an application or service, a subjective perception by the user, a multidimensional concept, a factor of users' engagement. So we can see that in only 16 studies that were finally included in our research, there is a variety of definitions and meanings about quality of experience in e-learning. We also found that quality of experience in e-learning is affected by factors such as the type of device and the quality of the internet connectivity, presence, flow, and symptoms in virtual reality, quality variation, stalling and initial delay in a streaming session, user expectations and context, user's personality, current state, and expectations for the utility and or enjoyment of the application service. These are the factors that we spotted that through the studies were mentioned that affect the quality of experience in e-learning. And our final conclusions. We didn't find that there is a specific and unique definition for the concept of quality of e-learning, of experience in e-learning. On the contrary, we found that it is difficult to define it uniquely, and there is not a widely accepted definition of this concept. Also, the measures of quality of experience, we found that they vary as dependable on the various factors. So the factors vary, and this means that the measures of quality of experience vary too, according to what every research takes into account. Another conclusion is that quality of experience and user experience are not exactly the same. They are very similar concepts. They seem to be the same, but they are not. They are very similar, however, because both of these concepts refer to users' experience with digital technologies. Most studies in our review approach e-learning from a technical view, mainly through computer science. And another conclusion is that the research focus concerns only the learner's perspective. We didn't gather any data about the teacher's perspective in e-learning. This can be considered maybe as a research gap. Our main conclusions is that the quality of experience in e-learning depends on learning processes and also learning environments and objectives and outcomes. So quality of experience in e-learning is very much different from the quality of experience in another e-service like e-commerce or e-banking, etc. Learners are more than consumers of a service. They acquire knowledge, they develop skills and attitudes in a long-term horizon, apart from their short-term experiences. So the experiences are short-term, but through their learning experiences, they develop skills and attitudes, perhaps for their whole life. So we cannot consider learners exactly as consumers of an e-service. They are more than that. And our final conclusion is that since there is not a specific definition of quality of experience in e-learning, it needs to be defined more specifically. And this is certainly a research gap which should be studied in the near future. I have to say that our research has some important limitations. First of all, we used only one database, Scopus. We think that more research is needed and to be expanded in more databases and perhaps in a longer time span, because also the time span that we used is a limitation. So in order to come in more general results about how to define quality of experience in learning, more research is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Any questions? One more time.
Maybe not a question, more comment. It was very, I think, difficult to measure this quality, and I think that the big challenge here is also metrics for this challenge. That will be something very challenging in the future. I suppose that you will consider to work on this problem. So maybe make a question or comment about that metrics. How can we measure the quality and satisfaction of consumers, and how do you plan to handle with this?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, this is an ongoing research. We are at the start of the research. We have started to examine the definitions and how the concepts are defined and things like that. The next step is what you exactly said. We are going to examine how quality of experience is measured by now and how we can improve it and find metrics that can measure quality of experience in e-learning in the best way, if I can say that. That is the next step of our research. So
we are looking forward to see the results.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, we will find it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you very much. Our next paper presentation is topic Rebuilding Stronger, Student Digital Resilience in the Post-Pandemic Era, done by Marijan Milošević and Biljana Đorić from Faculty of Technical Sciences, Čačak University of Kragujevac, Serbia.
Thanks.
Professor Marijan.
So, thank you all for coming. As been said, we're running behind the schedule, so I'll be trying to be as quick as possible. So that's it. Any questions?
Just questions.
Thank you. Congratulations on your patience. I'm really going to be pretty brief. So I cut down all the parts, unnecessary parts of the survey and everything. So there are, I think, 3 slides and that's it. So, our paper is dealing with a term called digital resilience, and we are coming back to this not so pleasant thing, the post-pandemic era and implications and everything, and it brings us some memories about, I don't know, masks and laboratories and everything. But we are going to not just to analyze what's it got to do with the pandemic, but to bring this term of digital resilience in focus, especially regarding the e-learning. So, let's talk about the terms. Terminology. Bless you. So, first of all, the term resilience, it's similar to toughness, but not actually, and similar to resistance, but not actually. So we in Serbia have the term resilientnost, in Croatian language, I guess it's the same. So it's the capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties. So if we transfer this term to digital world, we come to symptom digital resilience. So I'm going to just try to clarify this one. So it is ability to adapt a cope with digital disruption. So what's the idea of the paper? We had some difficult times, and people went to online learning, and then the technologies became more important, and they depended more on technologies, and they went to some kind of self-development, stressfully, but they did so, and hopefully maybe they become more digital resilient. So that's the basic idea. We wanted to try to find out about the factors affecting that and to learn more about the digital resilience. But it is noteworthy to say that we can talk about individual resilience, that's the topic of this paper, and also about the company resilience. It's a broader, more specific term. I'm not going to stick to it anymore. So this individual digital resilience is a personal feature, and one needs to grow it. We cannot induce it, we cannot make it, we can nurture it, we can support it, but it's up to the person to grow that feature. So hopefully, with some training and with some observations, we can watch people grow in this term of digital resilience. So why now? I spoiled this slide because I already told about why now, but let's just briefly go through a couple of bullets. So we had, hopefully, past tense, pandemic, there are military conflicts, natural disasters, so on, so people need to migrate, need to use some remote tools and so on. Many companies kept the work from home model because they liked it. So it worked fine, so let's keep it. Universities enhanced their e-learning capacities, kept the hybrid model or something similar, so we depend on technologies even more, and we went through this, let's say, this kind of shift. This is a pretty complex slide. It's not mine, it's from this paper. It's interesting thing is that it is actually from a journal called Frontiers in Psychiatry, but it's dealing with digital resilience. Just a couple of things. So the central point is digital resilience, a couple of factors building it, and some things which are really important in order to gain the digital resilience. Among others, I'm going to just put emphasis on digital literacy. So once a person is more digital, tech savvy, and knows more about computers, about cybersecurity, about some measures taken on social networks to keep their privacy and so on, a person can become more digital resilient. So that's what we want to have. How to measure it? Previously, in a couple of papers, there was an important issue of metrics. So there is not a strict tool to measure digital resilience. It is something that is still in progress, but there are some tools. I won't talk about it in details because in the paper and the proceedings, hopefully they are going to be published soon. There will be details about everything and about the related literature and so on. So what is important is that we need to measure digital literacy, to know about it, because you saw it on the previous slide, and about, let's say, cybersecurity and some other important things. We need to put them in some kind of questionnaire and to gather that data. We used questionnaire posted, of course, on Moodle platform, and 64 students have participated in this survey, various years of study. Okay, a couple of points about the e-learning at our faculty. There are not some spectacular things about e-learning at our faculty. We did mostly what others did. So we switched to online learning and kept freshmen in smaller groups face-to-face. We wanted them to be in the building, to be here, to keep that, to keep close to the faculty. And the good thing is we already set up Moodle. We have it running for about more than 15 years. And we also use MS Teams, so the shift was not so painful. Additional effort needed to involve some less experienced teachers who didn't use it before, and to engage in using video conference. So that's it. That was it. And here are some results, some selected results following some research questions. So we wanted to know if students studying online longer build better digital skills, because it is important for digital resilience. Which platforms students use mostly, and how did they use technology and solve technical and other problems? This is an important thing for digital resilience, because it's not just about someone sitting alone in the dark and coping with the problems and then becoming super strong, but it is about community and networking and knowing when and how to seek help. It's also important thing. So we wanted to know about this also. Do they ask for help? Who do they ask? Is there anyone to be asked? Peer, teacher, and so on. So some of the results. Some of our students use the learning at faculty, but some of them use it in secondary school, depending on if pandemic happened, in which stage of their life. So there are a significant number of them who used it also in high school or secondary school, and of course at university. So here are some percents. More than 4 semesters, about 1/3 of the population studied using full or mostly full e-learning. So we have these answers also. What did they use? They used Moodle, of course, and have used other tools for synchronous learning, Microsoft Teams, and Zoom, and also other things. I'm not sure about Discord. It didn't come up to my mind if they use Discord. Maybe it's somewhere here. So there were questions also about the cybersecurity practice, because it is also important. So the answers were pretty good. But there is one thing that should be mentioned, that most of these students participating in the survey are students of information technology. So that might be a factor for being more cybersecurity aware. It can be, of course, important. How do they solve problems? So here is a 5-point Likert scale. And we can see here independently by searching for solution on the internet. So it is a pretty high result for this particular answer. Strategies students use in unpleasant situation, meaning something close to cyberbullying or unpleasant comments or something like that, because it is also important thing when we talk about the cyber resilience and about digital resilience, is how do you cope with some threats, with some unpleasant behavior, and it can be, people can be pretty mean online. I won't get into some psychological implications or roots of that, but because of lack of some emotional direct response and feedback, it can escalate pretty quickly. So let's see here, I would ignore and I would block the contact. So they react, they don't engage so much with discussion, which is actually a pretty good thing. So, it was quick. Some applications, we got some answers. Of course, it is a rather small sample and we need to brush up the question and everything, but let's be satisfied with what we had. So we did come to some implications. So students are skilled in using digital tools, including cybersecurity practice, keeping data, dealing with some lost data, having backup, and so on. But as I said, these are students of IT. It would be a great thing to compare some groups of, like the previously we heard about the students of arts, if they are tech-savvy or not so tech-savvy, if they use some analog tools and so on. It would be great to compare. Students who learn more online in secondary school tend to perceive better digital skills. Some statistic analysis showed this, but of course there are significantly also some limits. But we didn't find a connection about duration of attending online and in digital resilience. So we didn't prove that. We didn't get this data. Students prefer to solve problems on their own. This is a two-sided coin, because on one hand, it is a good thing that people are independent, they're tough, they can deal with it and so on. But on the other hand, important thing, as I said, is to also ask for help and to have some kind of peer support network. We are running now Erasmus Plus project dealing exactly with these things. And one of the major goals is to build this network of peer support. So students who are trained to provide not professional, but like buddy support, but they are skilled, they know about these things, and they can help. So this is also important. And of course, as I said, these tools should be further improved. We need to also look for more connections between some factors forming the digital resilience, and it is now brought into focus, and it is a thing we should put more effort into investigation and so on. So basically and literally that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing these results with us. Any question? I need some time.
Hi, my name is Alexander Ivanovic. I'm from Faculty of Information Technology, University of Metropolitan. And I'd like to, together with my colleagues, we did some kind of similar study, and we compared both online students and students which were in a hybrid model or a traditional, conventional model of study. So we came to the conclusion that the online students, even in the time of pandemics, performed better, slightly better, but still better in terms of results. So I was just wondering, did you come to any similar conclusions in your study, or was it not at all important for your study, for your research?
I'm not sure if I need this for the recording or something.
Yes.
Does anyone look at this after this? Okay. No, actually, I didn't. So that's it. That's the short version. And the longer version, we took all students. We didn't make. We tried. We thought about making some groups, but it was pretty tough to make a distinction because all of them got some part of studying online. So it was difficult. It would be great, but we didn't manage to do so. So we said, let's have this. Thanks.
More questions? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Our next presentation, entitled Towards a Checklist to Evaluate Argumentative Essays Composed by ChatGPT, from Professor Daniela Ljubojević and Professor Đorđe Kadijević from Institute of Educational Research, Belgrade.
Thank you. Thank you for staying here, for being with me. I believe you're all hungry, so I am as well. So it will be like a 5-minute presentation on what we did. I know this is not a very, well, let's say, attractive theme, since I'm a teacher at heart and I like assessing, evaluating, marking, and giving my students homework assignments such as essays. So whoever needed to write an essay thought, oh, it's a good idea to use ChatGPT, Google, or something like that, whatever. But I've found out that it is a good idea to use ChatGPT and to create a checklist in order to understand what it can do and how to assess it, and to know that my students have been cheating, as a matter of fact. And what are the characteristics of a ChatGPT essay and how to deal with it? You can see that in my presentation as well. So basically this is not an in-depth research. This is just the beginning of our research on ChatGPT, but as you know, ChatGPT is a really new thing. So short introduction to our research, and then critical thinking and writing argumentative essays. Because it is very important to develop critical thinking skills with our students, and argumentative essays are great for it, but how to deal with it as well is part of our methodology. And in this paper we will propose a checklist for assessing both essay organization and intellectual standards in writing, meaning everything you need for a good argumentative essay. But when I say an argumentative essay, it's not something that only English language teachers need. You all need it as teachers at university, argumentative essays. Whatever you give them in your mother tongue or within your subjects, you will need it as well, and know how to assess and what it means to have an in-depth checklist, how to assess both organization and let's say critical thinking skills. There are some results, and it is a 23-slide long presentation, but believe me, it will be less. So ChatGPT is attracting considerable attention, and for the last year it is really it is a great thing. However, teachers, especially English language teachers, are really horrified by it. Why? Because when I give homework assignment and say, you have a homework, write down an essay, and then I get like 30 essays, perfect essays, and I say, yeah, right, yeah, it was homework. Right. So what can ChatGPT do, and is it good enough? Well, we all know it is, but are there some limitations? How can we notice that? And as a matter of fact, can we use it to our own advantage? Can we benefit from it? Because I really believe that we can. So in our research, we investigated the use of ChatGPT 3.5 for producing argumentative essays in English, and then compared the outputs generated by it. So we're talking about all the essays that are going to be shown here as examples will be generated by ChatGPT. However, all these outputs were evaluated, were assessed by 4 different teachers that were unaware of the fact that they were ChatGPT generated essays. So they didn't know. And the teachers were from all around the world, let's say that way. So the 2 parts were important: organization and intellectual standards. So to what extent can GPT generate well-written essays, and how well can it focus on the elements of critical thinking? We will see that in a minute. Critical thinking, I will just need to go briefly through this because people, regard differently, think differently of critical thinking. So what is basically critical thinking? Well, it's our ability to question, to acknowledge, to recognize ambiguity, then to examine, interpret, evaluate, to reason. All these things that are important for analyzing, judging, evaluating. Some 50, 60 years ago, there was a guy called Bloom, and he proposed this. This is, as a matter of fact, revised Bloom's taxonomy, but this is very important, higher order thinking skills, to analyze, to evaluate, to create. So when we get artificially created, generated essays that will be able to create, evaluate, and analyze as humans do, then we can say that they have taken over the world. But up to now, they can't reason as humans. And our ability to reason and to develop high order thinking skills, it is what is still an advantage. I'm not quite sure when it stop. This is our model we started from. I'm not going to go through this model. I'm just mention these are intellectual standards that are very important for critical thinking. And I have devised all questions for essays, for accuracy, clarity, relevance, logical, or sufficiency, precision, depth, significance, fairness, and breadth. You can see these are all questions. You will find them in a checklist. I'm not going to read them now. I'm just going to show you some results. And why argumentative essays? Because they're very good to check students' critical thinking skills. Why? Because through argumentative essays, you will ask them to investigate the topic, to collect, generate, evaluate evidence, to establish a position. They have to say, yeah, these are arguments for and these are against. However, I believe that the right way is to do it like this. So they have to establish a position. And our results have shown that, as a matter of fact, ChatGPT cannot do that because it cannot reason logically what's an opposite argument and what it means to oppose an argument. And they are important for critical thinking, of course, because of the higher order thinking skills. So our methodology was like this. We wanted ChatGPT to produce argumentative essay with, we used 5-paragraph approach because usually at university level 5-paragraph approach is used. We've provided instructions for 2 topics at level C1, C2. We wanted 240 to 280 words per essay. This is not, like just a chance, so it's a must because word limit is very important in essay writing. For proficiency requirement, it's like this. For C1 level, it's like this, and for B2 level, it's like this. So it is important to give a word limit. These are 2 topics. Higher education increases the chances of employment. agree or disagree. This is very puzzling for ChatGPT, agree or disagree with this statement. Support your opinion with reasons and examples. Write an essay in around 240 to 280 words. Or it's better to work at home than in an office, agree or disagree, and the same. So we had 2 essays per topic generated by ChatGPT at different computers, not at the same one, different accounts. And in total, we had 4 essays, 4 independent teachers. Teachers were from Georgia, Portugal, and 2 from Serbia. However, what they had in common was they all attended critical thinking course at the University of Oregon in the period from 2010, 2012. So they had a kind of background in critical thinking. So they knew how to deal with the checklist. But they weren't aware of the fact that the essays were artificial intelligence created. Essay structure was like this. This was our checklist. I mean, I don't think there is an English teacher, so it doesn't mean anything to you. Yeah, okay, I'm just going to skip it. And intellectual standards in writing, you can see all of you can apply this. I mean, for example, precision. Can you be more specific? It means that the words are not only spelled correctly, but they're meant to relevance. Let me just show you this one. Breadth. This is intellectual standard in writing, and it is a must for every writing assignment. So, do we need to look at this from another perspective? Are all the views considered? So, you need to have all points of view. I mean, if you agree or if you disagree, it doesn't matter, but you need to have all points of view. When you're writing a research paper, you need to include all points of view. This is an instrument reliability score, and yeah, it's good to use it, so you have to believe me. Results show that, I'm just going to briefly through the slides. When it comes to the format of an essay and the instruction, ChatGPT ignores this word limit. Simply, it doesn't matter for it whether it's 300, 350, although it was set to, so I've tried so many times, but it simply ignores the word limit. A little bit, but it ignores. Even when I say, write 6 to 7 paragraphs, no, okay, it writes whatever it likes to do. When it comes to the introduction, important thing is here that, is it a final introduction? No, it can't do it. It's, I mean, we had results from 4 different teachers, myself as well, so it can't stick to that final introduction thing. And another important thing, thesis statement, still it can't provide a good thesis statement. When it comes to the body of the essay, there are no arguments opposing for the opposing point of view. I mean, it simply writes whatever it thinks it agrees with. I mean, the conclusion is I usually agree with this one, but it cannot provide opposing point of view, which is very important for the argumentative essay or even opinion essay. Then, when it comes to the personal opinion about the topic, no, it can't do it as well. And yeah, in the second and in the third essay, so these are 4 essays. Language, almost immaculate, almost perfect. And you can see all the results are for 4 or above. But that means that it's for C2 level. So it means it can really, really write well. It uses vocabulary very, at a very high level, like content, credential, top tier university, lucrative, yield results, valuable assets, attainment forces. So when I get an essay with such words, because it means Oxford Learner's Dictionary. And there you can see at what level the word is. So all these words are C1 or C2 level. So ChatGPT generates essays which use vocabulary at a very high level. And when it comes to intellectual standards, what we can see, depth is not well assessed, so it means that, and breadth, so that's another perspective, another point of view, so it is positively correlated to our, there are no opposing statements throughout the essay. And there are some ethical issues. I found this beautiful research. It has nothing to do with technology. However, it is, I mean, it's very good for researchers as well. To what extent a phrasal reuse from texts is a plagiarism and to what not? And what does it mean? I mean, when you write research papers, when my students write, when we all write, we use some chunks, some language, some sets of words that we must use. But to what extent it is okay and where it is not. So here are some, let's say, Davis and Morley found out that common word combinations containing generic content may be up to 9 words in a length. And when the phrases were widely used, did not contain an opinion. Opinion is a very important, it is a subjective thing. So you have to be objective. And of course, if you, they were mainly general rather than topic specific. I'm not going into detail about this, but let me just show you what I mean. This is part, an excerpt from our essay, ChatGPT generated. In today's rapidly evolving job market, the role of higher education is what I mean by it. Look at this. If you simply erase some parts, you will get a beautiful model for writing. For example, in today's rapidly evolving artificial intelligence, the role of ChatGPT in education is a topic of considerable debate. While some argue that it is a disaster, others contend that it's not always like that. In this essay, in this presentation, I will argue that ChatGPT does indeed increase the quality of education, not only the quality of education, but its effectiveness depends on various factors. So you see, you get a model, a very well written model that you can use later, that you can try with your students, and as a matter of fact, use ChatGPT as a tool for enhancing their writing or their, I don't know what you teach. The harvested phrases, all phrases that we got from ChatGPT are, as a matter of fact, the ones that are needed to be used throughout the essays. So here are some implications and conclusions. It's not only about being afraid of all this technology, but here the focus, we need to focus on the ability, teachers need to focus on the ability to analyze and rate the logical structures, as we have seen. Cohesion and coherence of generated text. We can use them as a tool. So we can ask our students to generate, we can give them instructions and they should generate text, and we can with them both analyze them, talk about it, and they can learn through it, through that process. We can use the checklists, and when they assess themselves, like self-assessment or peer assessment, as a matter of fact, they will learn. It's not always about writing on your own, it can be something else. It can be analyzing something in order for you to learn. So ChatGPT in this case should be a handy tool to enhance students' writing and reasoning as well. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope this wasn't too long. Okay, so here are our contacts. you don't have any questions, right? So you do. Yes, party breaker. I do.
For all of us that I wasn't listening. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I really wish you were here at the beginning because we did discuss some of these things, and I think it would have been beneficial for your research as well. I don't know if it's a question, but more of a comment. Okay. It is a controversial topic.
Yeah, definitely.
We did discuss earlier that it's not really good with reasoning. But, you know, if we go into details, I don't know if it's the version of, I have a love-hate relationship with GPT. It's great for some things and it's awful for others. But some of the things you kind of pointed out, I kind of have to disagree. And you can think of it as a stupid engineer if you must. If you tell it, give me around 240 words, it will give you around 200. You have to tell it, I want in 240 words. But it's just more of how you prompt it. What I think it's really good with your research and kind of trying to probe you in that direction is something that we discussed earlier. I mean, this technology is here. And we need to adapt with it, and our pedagogy methods need to adapt with it. So what I found really interesting is how to pose a question, and not necessarily to trick it, but to also, for the person who is using it, to right away see, I'm not going to be able to do something with it, or I'm going to have to critically think about what this technology is giving to me, like you had agree or disagree or oppose. But for instance, you can't go to get opposing questions, you just have to ask it differently. So students are really innovative and they will just maybe ask what are the pros and cons, and will give you in that sense. But what I really think, when you do, you'll take it over, but just while it's still fresh, sorry. What I kind of really have to put a negative note on this is, I don't think it's fair to evaluate the quality of the output of a technology. Why do I say that? We did discuss this today, that it is giving you an output based on the training material that it has. So it's really, we know that it's not perfect at this stage. But what I think you may be interested in, especially since you're doing this type of research, it's kind of like if you remember the test for Pepsi and Cola. And you blindfold them and you tell them which one is Pepsi and which one is Cola. And maybe, you know, generate different responses and have those teachers try to pinpoint out which was human written and which one was, and maybe you'll get a bigger size, more than 4 teachers. So just to sum up, again, not necessarily a question, but more of a comment. I think it's great what you're doing, and for us, at least what we discussed earlier, it will be great to see some of these things. This is how to use it in this context, and this is how to use it for critical thinking. And as far as the evaluation of outputs, I'm not sure.
Yeah, definitely. This is just the beginning, because our next move would be precisely to differentiate between the outputs by ChatGPT and human responses. And there has been research published in April this year, almost the same, but it said, yeah, ChatGPT outperformed humans in all aspects. So that's how, I mean, for the time being, we can say that the essay, the assignment, whatever homework, was not written by a student because it's so well written. But I mean, that's not.
But it could be interesting to have a hybrid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have it pop up and maybe just change those. How did you call them? Furthermore, moreover, whatever. The
transition signals. Yeah, that's what I suggested. I mean, we can use ChatGPT together with our students to generate texts and to learn to teach them how to deal with them. And when they have to produce a new text, they should know how. Because you have to agree with me that writing in English is, as a matter of fact, something that needs to be learned. And it's always about a model, how to write something. So argumentative essay should be written like this. Opinion essay should be written like this. Because we have forms. It's not a creative writing. It's more technical ability, how to prepare a paper or an essay, and it needs to be learned. So ChatGPT can really help us with it. Not with creative writing. I'm not an expert on creative writing, but on this. So yeah, there is still much space for some new research. Thank you for your inputs.
Maybe just comment.
Yeah.
Maybe it can be interesting to I don't know, compare your model with ChatGPT AI detectors, because they have, I don't know, we use zero GPT or something else, and maybe to see results.
Or turn it in.
There's several and they all have different outputs.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll put my writing in, it will say I'm ChatGPT, and I'll put ChatGPT, and some it will say it's human written.
And I've also put ChatGPT generating essays to ChatGPT to assess them. Oh, it assessed them perfectly. So all those sentences, when it comes to the paragraph from what?
Yeah, training material.
Yeah. That's okay. But we have to, like flipped classroom. So okay, it's not what I expect from you to produce, but okay, something else. Okay, yeah.
One more question?
Don't kill me, please. So basically I have something like a comment, not a question. At this point, ChatGPT is like a 3.5 version or a 4.0 version at the APIs, not when you're prompting something or you're using app. So basically, ChatGPT is evolving like the rest of AIs. And I love AI, and I use generative AI. So basically, I think that all those imperfections that you got us there, at this moment, they are going to be like perfect in a couple of months.
Yeah, but that's the idea. I mean, they're going to be perfect, but we as humans are not perfect. So I cannot expect my students. I mean, I don't have.
Try it. Write me a non-perfect essay.
Okay.
Again, engineering.
Write me a perfect essay.
Yeah, we have knowledge.
Yeah. But all those inputs are like around, so they're actual inputs, real inputs that you get from your English language teacher. Okay, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, we point out how blockchain can support higher education. Our next presentation, Blockchain Higher Education, a review on needed technologies for undergraduate Web3 course, done by Nemanja Zdravkovic and Nikola Dimitrijevic from Faculty of Information Technology from Belgrade Metropolitan University. Professor Stankovic.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be as short as possible. This is a review paper, so I'll just skip to the good parts. So, what is the idea here? Well, let me start. The idea is to see if a current curricula for higher education institutions, mainly aimed at engineering schools and engineering faculties, are they, at least so far, good enough to support the shift from Web 2.0 to Web 3 and the disruptive technologies that enable them. So currently, we have something that is called Web 2.0, so it's user-generated content, so think of social networks and so forth. But we're experiencing a paradigm shift to a more decentralized environment in which some of the disruptive technologies besides AI would be these distributed ledger technologies such as blockchain. Yeah, I mentioned AI. So currently, at least what I know when I did in my studies, I had this worst case from Web 1.0 and static pages and so forth. So we just want to see, we did a literature review and curriculum review to see if current undergraduate studies will they follow the shift to Web 3. So why do we want to do that? Because the job market is aimed at software engineers and developers are in need of people who already know Web 3 technologies. These are just some job positions from 2 days ago. There were like 60 or 70 of them who all needed blockchain development, specialization, software engineering, JavaScript, Node, and so forth, mostly intermediate levels, but either way, the jobs are already there. So our question is, are we, at least at the bachelor level, are we going to make new engineers, when they complete their bachelor level, will be able to compete at the job market? So our research questions were, do current undergraduate level students gain the learning outcomes, the competencies to develop web-free applications, and what are the required technologies? So, what we did. Firstly, we did a full review of the current curricula regarding computing, IT, software engineering, data science, cybersecurity, to see if they include emerging technologies such as blockchain. What we found, of course in the paper you'll see other literature review, but something that I would like to emphasize, only in this computing curricula from 3 years ago, they mentioned blockchain in 2 chapters, like just literally 2 sentences. In the emerging curricula part, in the evolution of computing education chapter, and again at the beyond this report. Again, this is the latest curriculum guidelines for computer science and computer engineering. And they just mentioned, okay, we'll do it sometime later. So after everything we did, because I'm not used to writing review papers, what would we propose and what we will implement when our new students come to the 4th year, to include a web-free course at final years of our undergraduate studies to meet and improve the current competencies needed for the job market. What we have identified, the leading programming language is most definitely JavaScript, both at the front end and at the back end for Node, because it handles everything more or less needed for such a job. Also, because it will be included in a blockchain course, we will include different technologies, Solidity and Rust, which are some emerging programming languages. And of course, some other topics will be added as well. I'm skipping a bit because we are all been here from the morning. So, what do we propose? A single semester, of course, electoral course, which would be taught here, for instance, with emphasis on blockchain technologies as one of these disruptive technologies for Web3. The prerequisite should be the basics in web development, so this is, of course, a must. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or TypeScript, whatever, including with some kind of framework. React is the most popular one so far. And our course proposal would also include specialized technologies, so Ethereum, MetaMask, Hardhat, Chakra UI or something, which is, again, currently popular. We'll see the issues on these things. Either way, we broke this down to some 7 modules and their prerequisites. So for a complete, and it will be project-based learning course, we still need to know these things, as I said, but also we need some other things as well, such as distributed file systems, public key cryptography, and then we'll go to the other things. So blockchain fundamentals, then some advanced topics like Solidity, Hardhat, and then the final 2 modules would be developing some kind of app and putting it all together. So, of course, after completing the course, our student would be able to, or a group of students, would be able to develop a web-free application from scratch. So this is the idea because the job market is in need of people who know these things already. And we want to be competitive on the market, to produce engineers who already know these things. And this is our, well, proposal is for now. Our issues that we have identified, or open questions, is it sustainable? So web development, those kind of technologies are rapidly changing. A few years ago, the most used framework was Angular, now it's React. We don't know what will be in 6 months. And of course, this falls into this issue as well. So technology and tech stack lifespan. So will we be able to predict the technologies which will future engineers and the future job market will require? But what we will aim to do at least is to integrate this course, which should be an advanced course, with some existing web development courses to be like the crown of everything. And usually it would provide as an introductory course for a similar or advanced course at the master's or PhD levels, because topics such as blockchain and similar advanced topics are mostly taught so far at least the master's level. And we want to bring it down at least at the final year of bachelor studies because of the demands of the job market. So as again I said, this was a review paper, but with some kind of insights on how to propose a course that will, well, tackle the issues. These are the references, at least in the presentation. Of course, there are a lot of more references in the paper itself. Was I fast enough?
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Thank you very much. Questions for Nemanja?
Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. I think it's a very ambitious and great thing that you work on such advanced technologies. One comment and one kind of question. First of all, obviously these recommendations for ACM, etc., are staying behind, because we saw ChatGPT happened in less than 1 year. Now we have all the fuss about this. So do you keep some kind of feedback from companies and from alumni? And how do you stay aligned with the modern technology, having in mind the link between academia and companies and industry? Thanks.
Thank you. A very interesting question. As you said, the link between companies and the current job market is something that we actively pursue, at least here, because we have a problem which is a different sort. We have a problem that our students are, for instance, getting jobs at their third year or something, and they don't continue their studies. We want to, and of course this would be done in accordance with our alumni network and our industrial partners, because they told us, okay, we need these kinds of students. So the whole idea is to, in one way, keep the courses interesting, and also give them the competencies to be on a competitive job market. So of course it would be done, and it will be done again next year or the year after that. But the idea is always, as you said, for all the curriculums, it's really tricky to predict, especially when technology is moving so fast, especially in web development. So it's the lifespan of the technologies are, I think, 6 months. So we have to identify which technologies are here to stay. Fortunately, blockchain as a technology is, at least the research shows. Cryptocurrencies not so much, but the technology behind that, so far all the indicators, it's here to stay, but in different aspects. So we want to make an emphasis on that, and again, keeping the courses interesting and relevant as much as we can. Thank you.